Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us for day 2 of the Board of Environmental Safety meeting. I am Sheena Brooks, the board's Operations and Outreach Manager and today's board clerk. Today, we are joined by the following Board of Environmental Safety staff persons: Swati Sharma, Executive Officer; Shana Avila, Staff Engineer; Lauren Chandler, Ombuds; Alicia Delphin, Administrative Liaison; Greg Forrest, Board Counsel; Ronnie G. Joshi, Environmental Scientist; Linda Ocampo, Senior Staff Engineer; Firdos Permirza, Environmental Program Manager; and Marcus Raymond, our Senior Environmental Scientist. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Your continued participation is acknowledgement that you are being recorded. Today is April 28, 2026 at 9 a.m. and the meeting is now called to order.
Thank you very much, Sheena. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Member Atkins.
Here.
Member Brostrom.
Here.
Member Williams.
Here.
Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker.
Here.
Chair Rakestraw.
Here.
All members are present and a quorum is established. I will now review some logistical items. Today's hybrid meeting is being held both in person and remotely via phone and Zoom. For those joining us on Zoom, please select either English or Spanish as your preferred language by clicking the interpretation icon located at the bottom of your Zoom toolbar. If you don't see the icon, you may need to update your Zoom application. If anyone experiences connectivity issues with Zoom, you can call in for either English or Spanish. The phone numbers are provided to you now on the slide. They will be provided in the Zoom chat and they are also posted on our website. Agenda times may fluctuate to accommodate agenda items. Meeting materials are available on the registration table right at the entrance of the chambers. They can also be found on our website. To protect everyone's virtual space and networks, the Q&A function will serve as our chat feature. It will be used for individuals that are experiencing technical difficulties or are unable to make verbal comments. If you wish to have your written Q&A comment read out loud during a public comment segment, please begin your comment with "please read aloud." To ensure that all board members are fully present and focused on today's presentations and discussions, they are not reading or following along in the chat or Q&A. All participants will remain muted until a Zoom host unmutes them once recognized. Only presenters' videos and screens will be shared. We are looking forward to hearing from the public throughout the meeting and have scheduled times on the agenda to do so. There are several different ways in which you can participate. For those joining us on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand on your Zoom toolbar or press *9 on your phone. I will call on participants using their name as displayed on Zoom, and I apologize in advance if I mispronounce any names. If you have joined the Spanish channel, please wait for the interpreters to provide instructions. For those commenting in Spanish, time will be doubled to allow for translation. Our public forum for items not on the agenda is agenda item number 6, and that will be held at approximately 12:25 p.m. If you would like to express your comments in writing, you may submit your comment to us via email at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. That concludes the introductory review for today's meeting. I will now hand it over to Chair Rakestraw for agenda item number 2.
Thank you, Sheena. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Board of Environmental Safety meeting. This board is a 5-member board created by Senate Bill 158 in 2021, which enacted fiscal and regulatory reforms to the Department of Toxic Substances Control to improve its transparency, accountability, and fiscal stability. The board members here represent the general public interest, protect public health, and reduce risks of toxic exposure, with a particular focus on disproportionately burdened and vulnerable communities. We appreciate your participation here today as we work to achieve the goals and objectives set forth in SB 158. So turning to today's agenda, we will start immediately after my opening remarks with board member reports. This was an item that we held over from yesterday, where we will hear from each of the board members about their both introductions for the new board members, as well as any reports that they might have about their activities, either in the subcommittees that they're members of or out. We will then hear from Director Butler to provide us with her DTSC leadership report, which will include updates on the department, 2025 to 2026 priorities, and the hazardous waste management report and plan. We will then hear from DTSC Permitting Division Chief Wayne Lawrenson regarding DTSC's Hazardous Waste Facilities Operating Permit Decision Status Report. Division Chief Lawrenson will present an amended permit schedule for the Clean Harbors Buttonwillow facility, and then this board will vote on whether to accept that updated schedule. For agenda item number 5, we look forward to receiving an update on the Exide facility cleanup. And then, as Sheena mentioned, a public forum is agenda item number 6 and is scheduled to begin around 12:25 p.m. We will close out the day with board business to consider for approval the draft meeting minutes from our February meeting. Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker will also review the action items from yesterday and today's meeting. So we'll now open it up for board member reports. We can either just kind of go down the line, or if any board member wants to kick us off. And for the new board members, this is really just an opportunity for you in the first instance to introduce yourself. You can maybe speak to some of the subcommittees or the work that you will do with this board. And for, Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker and Member Brostrom, this is par for the course, so no instructions needed. So who wants to kick us off? Member Brostrom, please.
Okay, so as part of the SB 673 subcommittee, we reviewed the comments on the Track 2 regulations. So reviewed those and also provided feedback and recommendations to DTSC. On March 5th, we had a tour of the Clean Harbors facility and met with the Clean Harbors leadership. And then we've also met with members of El Pueblo in Kettleman City, as well as chem waste representatives regarding the chem waste facility in Kettleman City. So those are some of the activities. Also upcoming, there is a green ribbon panel coming up later this week where there'll be discussions on the Safer Consumer Products program and metrics. And so that will be April 30th and May 1st. And then lastly, the Community Considerate Cleanup Collaborative has been meeting, and they released a quick reference guide for excavation and disposal. So they've released a draft of that for the committee to review. So I will be reviewing that document. And that's what I got. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Member Brostrom. Member Atkins, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. As a new member, I don't have subcommittee reports, but I am pretty excited, I said yesterday, to join as the former Senate President Pro Tem who helped establish SB 158. It's really quite a wonderful opportunity to be here and see this work in action. I'm particularly impressed with the staff of BES and happy to have had the opportunity to meet with Director Butler via Zoom. I'm excited, and I want to thank the chair and vice chair for recommendations that I get to join EXOD and monitor ETAG, Environmental Justice Subcommittee, Consumer Products, and after yesterday's conversation, hopefully to join you, Mr. Chair, on the Ombuds Committee, Subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Atkins. Who would like to go next? Member Williams, please.
Thank you. Similar to Member Atkins, excited to join this board and new member here. And I just want to extend my appreciation in particular to the staff who have served on a number of state boards. I'd say that the sort of rigor and attention to detail and just the professionalism of bringing in short order me up to speed with the work of the board and ensuring that that everything is covered for has been exemplary, and a huge appreciation to all of you and also to the department as well for the support they've provided. I can report the department's trainings, mandatory trainings, are rigorous and comprehensive, so appreciation there as well, and also to fellow members of the board whom I've been grateful to meet over the last day or so, but also the time you've taken to check in and speak and just kind of get to know where you're coming from and your priorities and the board's priorities overall. Just very briefly, a little background. I'm been working in governance for about 20 years at this point, serving California State Senate, also with the Lieutenant Governor's office and the Governor's office, and also a number of boards on the way there. Largely directly touching on a lot of the work that this board does around regulatory, permitting, environmental law, public health, and so forth. So I'm really enjoying this experience already of diving into the detail. And so just, again, appreciation to everybody. My priorities will, well, first and foremost, are just to members of the public and advocacy groups that work with the board most closely, just to extend my accessibility, and that if anybody would like to check in, share their views, please do reach out, and happy to devote that time in the spirit of SB 158 in particular, but also improving at least my contribution to the work on the board. And then secondly, grateful to the chair for recommending work on subcommittees, including fee setting, rates, and also some of the work around consumer, sorry, it's escaping my mind right now. I had it all listed up here. Side mitigation, that's right, that's the one, and the long-term goals as well. Thank you.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. In addition to the various support roles that a vice chair typically plays, I've been pleased to work with Director Butler's team and with our executive officer and chair on the current effort to set fees for the metal shredder regulated universe. It's been interesting to learn more. We had the opportunity to meet with the West Oakland Environmental Indicators Project representatives at the DTSC office in Berkeley several weeks ago, and then more recently with representatives of the Large Shredder Coalition, the 10 facilities that are represented there. Some of them are larger, some of them are smaller, and it's been interesting to learn more about the sector as DTSC moves forward in its rulemaking to set a fee structure. So it's been a great learning experience, and I look forward to continuing to support the effort.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. So for my part, a few different things to report, some of which are redundant with what other board members have said. The first is for the Safer Consumer Products Metrics Subcommittee. We had the introductory session, or the SCP 101, at our last board meeting, and since then we have started the process of doing outreach to different groups, which spanning a wide range. I think there's quite a few invitations that went out to dig into the details of what these metrics should be. So we'll have more to report out at future board meetings, but the plan is still to present draft metrics sometime early in the summer, and then to adopt final metrics for the SCP program later on in the summer. So that's item number one. I'm also pleased to announce, I guess, that we are going to kickstart the work on long-term goals for the board at some point in the near future. I don't think we have an exact timeline just yet, but we're trying to scope that out and turning to that as one of the next focuses of the board, which is of course complementary to the work that the department is doing on its strategic plan, as well as the work that this board along with the department do for the metrics. And so look forward to digging into the details on that issue. And we have board members here assigned to some of the specific subcommittees working on that. In addition, I had the pleasure of joining Member Brostrom with a tour of the Clean Harbors facility in Buttonwillow, as well as joining the meeting between the community in Kettleman City, as well as the waste management regarding a possible community benefits agreement between those two. I also had attended a Senate Budget Subcommittee hearing or spoke on one alongside Director Butler with regard to some of the BCPs that the department has requested. And then finally, in addition to other things, work closely with Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker on the metal shredder fees. So I think that's all I will report on at the moment. So I think that concludes the board member reports. Why don't we go ahead and jump right into agenda item number 3, which is the DTSC leadership report. So I'd like to invite Director Butler to present us with her leadership report. Thank you for joining us.
All right. Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Thank you, honorable members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity this morning to stand before you, give updates on the department's accomplishments, challenges, the director priorities. It's hard to believe we are rounding out the fiscal year where we will be closing out this fiscal year director priorities. So we have some good updates on that front. And then my Deputy Director of Hazardous Waste Management Program, Mandy Bain, will give an update on the Hazardous Waste Management Report and Plan. So each time I stand before the board making these updates, I'm reminded of 158, Senate Bill 158, DTSC reform, its importance, and the fact that the department has made a lot of progress with increased resources, important policy changes to our rules, regulations. And I'm also reminded of the work that we have yet to do. So thank you for your oversight. Thank you for bringing the accountability, the transparency to this process, to our department's activities. And I look forward to hearing from all of you, from the public, during public comment. Starting off with some enforcement news. Enforcement has been one of my top priorities since taking over as director. So we have timely, consistent, equitable enforcement as one of our guiding lights at the department. An example of a recent enforcement case is this online jewelry retailer that DTSC took enforcement action to essentially have the company cease sale of jewelry containing lead above allowable limits. So in California, we have a metal containing jewelry law. And just last month, when we took action against this company, they were also required to pay a penalty. And we issued a press release to explain this enforcement action. So we are communicating more about our enforcement activities as well, which is important, so that other online jewelers are also aware of this law, can take a look at their practices, test their materials, understand whether their jewelry contains safe levels or not. So it's our expectation that online retailers as well as brick and mortar shops follow this jewelry law that we have in the state. And it's crucial to protecting particularly children that may, wear this jewelry containing lead because of the harmful impacts of lead. We also recently had an action related to a dry cleaner. So this is in Richmond, California. We settled a dispute with the current property owners at this dry cleaners, and this dry cleaners was in operation for 50 years, like thousands of dry cleaners across the state historically have issues with disposal, practices that we don't allow anymore, but decades ago were common practice for trichloroethylene, the chemical commonly found in dry cleaners, unfortunately to be even dumped out the back door, or other irresponsible management practices with this chemical that resulted in soil, groundwater contamination. So this is one dry cleaner in Richmond that DTSC issued cleanup orders a couple years ago to address the contamination. And recently, we found the property owner to be in violation of our cleanup order. So this resulted in penalties of $100,000, and DTSC will move forward with the investigation and cleanup of this property. But it's an example of how we're bringing enforcement to our site mitigation program, other parts of the department in a more consistent way to compel necessary action. So I'm very thankful of Deputy Director Thanberg's experience from EPA she brings to the site mitigation program, particularly in enforcement. And we are working on developing, institutionalizing these kinds of enforcement policies for site mitigation. So staying on the topic of dry cleaners, moving on to the Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities initiative, which was a key initiative brought forward with reform. One aspect of this initiative is the discovery and enforcement program. So in round one of this program, our team started investigation of 128 sites across the state. So this is giving us considerable resources to begin investigations of old sites, particularly dry cleaners, that otherwise would not happen without these resources that we got from reform. And so for this site in particular, JC Liberty Cleaners, we issued a consent order, which is our first consent order from the Discovery and Enforcement Program. Because now that we've conducted the investigations, we've been moving on from the investigation phase now to, okay, what do we do about it phase? And that's when we'll start to issue these orders. So we have a handful of consent orders in the hopper as well. This is the first consent order to come out of the Discovery and Enforcement Program. So for us, it's a considerable milestone. And what does that mean? It means that now the responsible party has to conduct full investigation and mitigation measures. So any, filling any data gaps that we identified in the initial investigation and then implementing the remedy. So the vapor intrusion mitigation measures and cleanup for the life of the project. So there'll be more of these to come. Again, this is the first of more consent orders under this program. The Equitable Community Revitalization Grant Program is a successful program that the department now is seeing the fruits of 3 years of labor. We issued several rounds of grants under this program. And now we're able to see the groundbreaking for new vital centers of communities, grocery stores, affordable housing, parks, other revitalization projects that are being built on cleaned up properties. And so in March, we participated in 2 of these ceremonies. One, Legacy Court in Richmond. The grand opening was held at the beginning of March. On the left here, that was a former junkyard. Now it's 43 new affordable homes. On the right is a Nellie Hannon Gateway housing project in Emeryville, California. And this was a former dry cleaning site. Now it's 90 affordable units. We are looking forward to another project in Oakland next month that will also celebrate its grand opening. So again, these projects were possible from the grant dollars that cleared that barrier of environmental cleanup, which is often overlooked in the early planning stages for affordable housing projects. And it can clear the way for some of these blighted gray spaces to be reused in a beneficial way for the communities. Moving on to our Safer Consumer Products program. First is an update related to our regulatory response on spray polyurethane foam. It contains a harmful chemical, abbreviated as MDI. And this spray foam is one method of insulating homes. It can be harmful to workers and consumers, particularly if it's applied without the proper protective equipment or training. And so last fall, we issued a regulatory response through our Safer Consumer Product Program. This was our first regulatory response for the program. And it requires hazard and personnel protective equipment information on the product labels. It requires training that's mandatory for all workers applying spray foam. And it funds a minimum of $4 million for a green chemistry and engineering innovation grant program. So this comprehensive sort of three-prong approach to the regulatory response, it was appealed by the Spray Foam Coalition. However, we did work to resolve issues that the coalition raised. We were able to settle those issues in February. And the settlement did preserve that three-prong approach with the training, labeling, and green chemistry fund, while making some minor clarifications and modifications to address the industry concerns. So following this agreement of note, we have received reports from new companies entering the California spray foam market. So this underscores how regulatory clarity and regulatory decisions can in fact support consumer safety while also providing businesses with the confidence and certainty that they need to operate in our state. Next is a new rulemaking that was just started to add 12 acids and bases to the candidate chemical list. This is one of the first steps in the Safer Consumer Product regulation process. So it doesn't introduce regulations for a specific product chemical combination. It simply lists the acids and bases as a candidate chemical. It paves the way for possible regulation in the future. These acids and bases, they're used in a wide number of consumer products, and exposures can range from impacts to the skin, to the respiratory tract, and eyes. Inclusion of these acids and bases, again, allows us to further research products that contain these chemicals, identify harms and risks of these products, and then identify potential regulation of products in the future. And you mentioned the Green Ribbon Science Panel meeting later this week, and that is a tremendous resource for the department in providing expertise and counsel to the department on the types of products, chemicals that we look at for potential regulation. So switching gears to some permitting updates, we have a couple final permit decisions on the horizon. The hazardous waste facility permit for Buttonwillow, final decision for that facility will be made by the end of the fiscal year. So we are close to a final decision on that one and expect it to be within the next couple months, no later than the end of this fiscal year. Another permit decision on the horizon is a post-closure permit. So that means the facility is not operating anymore, but they have a permit that requires certain maintenance, oversight, reporting for the closure of a previously operable unit. And this is for TFX Aviation, is a site formerly used for manufacturing aircraft components. And so that led to soil and groundwater being impacted at the site. And the post-closure permit allows for groundwater extraction and treatment system activities to conduct remediation activities at that site. We have additionally in the table there shown 5 draft decisions that we expect to release as well in May and June. So the permit division has been busy. Again, I want to acknowledge the challenging history that our permitting division has had in the past and recognize the importance of DTSC fee and governance reform that brought much needed resources and policy changes to correct the course there, particularly helping us reduce the backlog of the continued permits. So now the application fee for permittees is ahead of the due date, allowing us to get ahead of that backlog going forward. Some of those oldest backlogged permits, as we heard yesterday for one of them, have been issued in the past couple years, and we will continue to work towards reducing this backlog. We anticipate that backlog to be fully reduced by the end of this calendar year, and we will continue to stay ahead of that backlog so we do not create that issue again in the future. And we will continue to lead the nation with some of the strongest, most protective permits with the number of conditions now that we are including in our permits. And that goes hand in hand with strong, consistent, equitable enforcement to ensure the permittees are meeting that standard and the new bar set in those permits. Lastly, I'd like to round out the departmental news with an update on tribal affairs. I attended, along with our Deputy Director, Serlene Grant, the Tribal Summit held in Sacramento on April 13th. This is a very meaningful annual summit of tribal government leaders and state government leaders, creating space for us to dialogue, to collaborate, to look for future opportunities to work together. And tribal affairs is an area that has grown within DTSC during the Newsom administration. There has been a priority in policy and in terms of resources for tribal affairs to be at the forefront of our work. And we have notably hired a certified archaeologist that's now on our team. This is a recent development that allows us to have access to confidential California historic resources information files. And so now that's an additional resource to bring to our site mitigation team and other work when we're conducting cleanup activities to ensure that we're being sensitive and managing appropriately cultural resources in close communication and, of course, partnership with the tribes. So going forward, I think this is an area where we can do more. And so one ask from this summit was that us at Leaders get out and visit more to tribal lands so that we can see for ourselves what the experiences, the needs are as it relates to our work. So that's something I'll be focusing on more in coming months with some scheduled visits. And it's something that with our tribal affairs units, we can continue to build going forward. Okay, switching to the priorities progress report. So as a reminder, 4 priorities that I outlined at the beginning of this fiscal year. 1, consistent, timely, equitable enforcement. 2, community engagement. 3, science, technology, and policy innovation. And 4, the focus on, which is a little bit unique to have a specific chemical focus, but this forever chemical per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, also known as PFAS, is so important for us to address. It's a huge challenge for us as an environmental regulatory entity cleaning up sites across the state. It was so important that that became its own priority. And so that's the spotlight that I will bring today to today's update, is that priority number 4. In your packets, you have comprehensive updates on all of the priorities and sub-deliverables, so happy to take questions on any of them. But for this presentation, focusing on 2 updates relative to PFAS. So our Safer Consumer Products program, that's one avenue we have to prevent the future of PFAS contamination, right? Our Safer Consumer Products program allows us to look upstream, develop policies, regulations that prevent any more PFAS from entering the environment And so we have been diligently investigating consumer products that could contribute particularly to PFAS in California's water supply. One category of products that DTSC has been evaluating are floor maintenance products. So floor finishes, floor strippers, they tend to contain PFAS and also have a significant contribution to PFAS in water supply. So we recently released in February a draft product chemical profile for floor maintenance products containing PFAS. This is a profile that we publish pre-regulation to summarize the wealth of scientific information regarding the product chemical combination. And it helps us determine at the department whether we will pursue a listing of that product chemical combination. We held a workshop and we received public comment on the profile. We had 5 comments from entities such as local water, sanitation districts, industry trade associations, and a coalition of environmental health NGOs. So we'll take those comments into consideration and then determine whether we move forward. In our site mitigation program, which is where our risk assessors, our toxicologists, our technical experts are located in our department in the site mitigation program. We have been engaged in multi-state collaboration on identifying specific toxicity criteria for PFAS. And so we engaged and participated in a meeting hosted by OEHA, our sister agency, the Office of Environmental Health Hazards Assessment. And this convening was focused largely on the science behind how toxic these chemicals can be. We have a lot of toxicity information on some of the more common PFAS chemicals, but it's an extremely large class of chemicals. And when we're talking about our Safer Consumer Products program, we want to avoid regrettable substitutions, right? We don't want to substitute one well-known PFAS chemical for a lesser-known PFAS chemical just because it's lesser known and maybe doesn't have the toxicity criteria available. So we're putting our heads together with OEHA to look at these lesser-known PFAS chemicals, look at some analytical risk methodology, prediction models, and getting into the science of things of how do we prevent those regrettable substitutions, and at our site cleanups, how can we best estimate the toxicity for those lesser known PFAS chemicals so that we can take protective action now based on the science that we do have. So I think working together as a Cali PA family with our fellow BDOs is crucial, that collaboration to advancing our science and our understanding of PFAS. Forecasting forward, I want to share some thinking about how I'm looking at next year's director priorities. This came up in public comment during the department evaluation at one of our previous meetings. There were a lot of questions, like how does the director even come up with her priorities? And I don't want it to be this black box of whatever I wish, right? I want there to be a system that institutionalizes how this is done for the department, right? Because after I'm long gone, it's the institution, the system that stays in place that really matters. And so the way I'm looking at this to provide transparency in how I formulate the director priorities next year is identifying more clearly the sources of input to my priorities. And so the board conducted an evaluation that outlined recommendations. This board also provides an excellent forum for public comment that we hear every meeting. So together with the board's evaluation, the public comments we hear here, that is a key piece of information that I will use to funnel into director priorities. Along with, now we have the newly formed Environmental Justice Advisory Council. They have their own work plan that prioritizes what environmental justice priorities there are. What are they hearing from communities that they're engaging with? So that work plan is another piece of information. Together with what's not listed on here, but is crucial to my directorship, is understanding what do our scientific experts within the department, what are they seeing as the next priorities that we need to focus on for environmental protection. So taking and remaining that value of a science-based organization, making sure we have not just the information from our own experts, but other advisory committees like the Green Ribbon Science Panel. So I'm in the process of formalizing these informational inputs to the director priorities and wanted to give you an early look at how I'm beginning to think about them. Okay, thank you so much. I'll now give the mic to my Deputy Director of Hazardous Waste Management Program. Unless, Chair, you wanted to pause here. Okay.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Would like to provide an update to you regarding where DTSC has started working to implement the 2025 Hazardous Waste Management Plan, as well as update the status of the 2026 Hazardous Waste Management Report. Okay, just a little bit of a refresh on the 2025 Hazardous Waste Management Plan. Of course, that plan has, as we are well aware, 3 goals. The goals, goal 1, reducing hazardous waste generation and diverting hazardous waste away from incineration or landfilling. Goal 2, ensuring hazardous waste identification and management standards are scientifically sound, health protective, and environmentally safe. And goal 3, using data and resources to promote sustainable and health protective management from cradle to grave. Today, I do want to highlight some of our current year priorities. First, regarding source reduction, which is, as we just stated, goal 1 of the plan. Some of the work we have done related to goal 1. First, we looked at a small sample of the SB 14 source reduction reports. We did this work and it will be included in the 2026 Hazardous Waste Management Report. We selected source reduction reports from the top 15 generators of solvent waste in order to gain some insight into how much of this waste stream can be diverted from incineration or combustion. What we've seen in that review of that small number of 15 is that we really need some stronger engagement with the generators to better understand their source reduction efforts, and that will help us to better kind of understand what could be how we can support generators more broadly in order to get that the source reduction that we're all looking for. I can't actually see the slides, so this is a bit of a problem. Okay, so beginning this spring, HWMP is partnering with Safer Consumer Products and the Green Ribbon Science Panel on source reduction. We will be, this kind of nicely leverages our shared history as the pollution prevention, or P2 program that we had formerly at DTSC. And we're really looking forward to the first of what we hope will be many productive discussions with the panel. That's later this week on the 30th. And the presentation will focus on hazardous waste generation and challenges faced when setting feasible and measurable goals. While there has been a lot of attention on meaningfully reducing the amount of hazardous waste generated in California, there are, of course, differing perspectives on how to achieve source reduction, waste reduction, and harm reduction. So this is an area that we hope the panel's scientific experts can really help elucidate. Okay, and then scientifically sound, health protective, and environmentally safe That is, of course, goal 2, which is focusing on making sure hazardous waste management standards are those things. The department is assessing reuse and recycling practices, starting with research from other states and countries. Staff are collaborating with the Interstate Technology and Regulatory Council, the ITRC, on a comprehensive report that covers end-of-life management and best practices for lithium-ion batteries. DTSC is also gathering information on recycling economics, the different models in which of state support for recycling, and lessons learned from other states and countries. We're really, of course, prioritizing lithium-ion batteries because they are a significant growing waste stream that presents health, safety, and fire risks when mishandled. We are also evaluating available data about electric vehicles entering the market to forecast how many of the batteries will reach end of life in the coming years. As we'll see in the 2026 Hazardous Waste Management Report, studies suggest hundreds of thousands will reach end of life by 2030 and, of course, beyond. With current technology, these batteries will be characterized as hazardous waste and will need to be safely managed. DTSC is already taking a proactive role in this respect. For example, we have joined a statewide battery collaborative that is led by the California Natural Resources Agency to develop statewide guidance and a statewide approach to lithium-ion batteries. Over the course of the 2025 planning cycle, DTSC did receive comments pertaining to the use of bioremediation as a method to manage waste that comes from lithium extraction and geothermal processes. DTSC is actively investigating the potential management options for these wastes, including identifying the regulatory pathways for techniques like bioremediation. I think I need to switch my slides, don't I? Yes. All right. Okay. For goal 2, we have a connection here with our colleagues at the Site Mitigation and Remediation Program through the C3C initiative. C3C is an initiative led by SMRP that brings together technical experts, staff, and community advocates to shape how brownfield cleanups are planned and implemented. As this pertains to hazardous waste, there has been discussion about how to improve the excavation and offsite disposal of cleanup projects when excavation is the chosen method, and we really look forward to continuing to contribute to the C3C conversations. Yes, okay. 2026 Coupa Conference. The Coupas are Certified Unified Program Agencies. They implement and inspect our hazardous waste generators primarily throughout the state. They have a conference every year, and at that annual conference last month, it's really a great opportunity for regulators and the regulated entities to discuss the current landscape of environmental protection as it relates to hazardous substances. This year, the Hazardous Waste Management Program led dozens of sessions, 4 of which related to hazardous waste planning efforts. These presentations covered potential rulemaking proposals related to hazardous waste test methods and state waste codes. The presentations also provided a preview of the information in the draft 2026 Hazardous Waste Management Report. Which brings us to the 2026 update to the Hazardous Waste Management Report. We are in the final stages and getting ready to release the draft 2026 Hazardous Waste Management Report. We anticipate this will be in the next couple of weeks. This 2026 update to the Hazardous Waste Management Report provides an update of the 2023 data on waste streams, management practices, facility capacity, and transportation. It also includes additional research and information on source reduction, trends in vehicular lithium-ion batteries, and programs under California's regulatory framework. Once the draft is published, we'll hold a 60-day feedback period along with 2 workshops to walk through the information. Stay tuned for the workshop schedule. We're looking at early summer, so that'll give folks some time to read through the report before we actually have those workshops. After the close of the feedback period, we'll consider what we heard in the workshops and what is sent to our team via email or through our feedback portal, and then we'll aim to publish the final report by the end of the summer. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Director Butler and Deputy Director Bain. So we'll now actually turn it to public comment. Then we'll have board discussion following public comment. Sheena, will you please open the floor for public comments?
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. So the floor is now open for public comments on agenda item number 3, the DTSC Leadership Report. For all public commenters, if you would like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and everyone will have 3 minutes to comment. Starting with our in-person participants, is there anyone in the room that would like to comment on this agenda item? Please make your way to the podium.
Hey, good morning. My name is Vanessa Vasquez, and I'm here today on behalf of Communities for a Better Environment. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on these items. Continued discussion around the priorities and how DTSC is evaluated as needed. As this occurs, it is important that equity and environmental justice are prioritized. It was disappointing that promoting equity was not re-included as one of the director's listed priorities for fiscal year 2025 through 2026, despite the relisting of 2 other priorities from the prior fiscal year. Given DTSC's troubling history with overburdened communities, promoting equity should always be listed as a priority. Additionally, follow-through is important. Even though promoting equity was listed as a priority during the last fiscal year, the department still fell short in applying this priority to other parts of its work, like the hazardous waste management plan, in which DTSC failed to listen to the outpouring of concerns from disadvantaged communities across the state. The Board of Environmental Safety should use its broad authority to consider factors like promoting equity in its future evaluations. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any additional in-person comments? Please make your way to the podium.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ivana Castellanos, and I'm with Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. This might be wandering because I didn't plan it, so I'm working off my notes. I guess I'll start with, as we talk about safer consumer products, it occurs to me that the safer consumer products might have some additional tools in their arsenal for identifying alternatives, pathways to regulatory and health protective measures that might be useful in other areas of DTSC's work. Particularly, I'm thinking of looking at some of what's happening at our permitted facilities, as well as the hazardous waste management plan and some of the work being done to identify strategies for source reduction. So I think it would be interesting to see safer consumer products working on some identifying what some of the products or product constituents that are being developed or being used at our permitted facilities, given the role that DTSC has there, and that there might be expertise that would be useful in identifying ways to protect the public's health using safer consumer products expertise in a way that isn't being utilized. Let's see. I also, in talking about the hazardous waste management plan implementation, it also, I think when the plan was approved, there was a lot of discussion of sort of coming back in January and having like a plan for the plan. And I appreciate sort of identifying what some of the priorities will be for 2026. But I think it would be very useful to sort of take all of the recommendations that were in the plan and to create some type of document, tracking mechanism, something, and plotting what DTSE activities are related to the goals and like what specific tasks and activities are taking place. Because I think there might be other activities that are contributing towards some of those goals that maybe, there's limited time here to sort of go through everything. And so I think that would be useful. And let's see, I'm running out of time. Source reduction, Yeah, for example, I'm really curious about what the specific activities are that are taking place related to bioremediation and what steps are being taken there. And also thinking about safer consumer products, I think that might also be very useful in analyzing, there were a lot of questions around data in the hazardous waste management plan and what data we have, what data we don't, what data we need. And I think safer consumer products might have additional lenses to consider how we collect data through DTSE's mechanisms and what would be useful to identify potential areas of source reduction. So that'll be it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any additional in-person comments? Please make your way to the podium.
Hi, Jenny Knack, Parents Against Santa Susana Field Lab. I also am coming terribly unprepared, but in regards to priority 2 community engagement, we see this metric continually reached for completion, and we don't see being communicated the quality of communication or the community's expression of whether their issues have been resolved. I don't think that is being collected. I think it needs to be collected. I think there are various ways that it could be collected. I don't know if the community engagement, the public participation manual includes that. And I think if you took a community member from any impacted site across the state, it doesn't have to be my site, but I think if we had a chance to get into the creation of the public participation manual before we have an opportunity to review it, if we had the opportunity to help participate in the creation of it, it might help us get to communicating our experience to you through the metrics that you will be looking at the end of the year. If we are not included in the process of creating it, I worry that we're not going to get to that. And then again, you're going to look at the public participation manual, and it isn't going to reach what the public is clamoring for in terms of the quality of our expectation and the results from our expectation, because I feel like communities across the state are taking a lot of time to invest in moving the needle for the decisions that are made in the agency. And I don't know if any of us are having much success. And the example I'm going to use is consulting with DTSC over the brownfields converted to housing. What we realized is that the reason they brought us in is they wanted to know how can we better communicate what we're doing to, the neighborhoods in which we're doing them. And our concern very much was, oh, are we not being brought in to discuss, cleanup standards or communicating to the community in which these projects are happening, the levels of cleanup of the land parcels, the existing lists, risks to those communities post remediation. The people that we were talking to were just shocked that that's what we wanted to talk about, that we might want to be talking about changing the decisions that are made in the agency. That isn't how DTSC views community input. And I'm hoping that we can somehow over this next year get to that level of engagement. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any additional in-person comments? Seeing none in person, Zoom participants, if anyone would like to comment on this agenda item for the DTSC leadership report, please raise your virtual hands. Seeing none on Zoom, Mark, thank you for letting me know that there are no Spanish comments. Chair Rakestraw, that concludes the public comment period for this agenda item.
Thank you very much, Sheena. So now we are at the point where we'll have board discussion. This is an opportunity for board members to ask any follow-up questions of the director or any of her deputies that are here, follow up on any of the comments made by the public, or to make any kind of general comments that you would like to make yourself. Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker.
Thank you. And thank you both for the report. I was intrigued by the challenges posed by the spray foam. I'm not spray polyurethane foam. And it made me think about the challenges that we faced in California in dealing with lead-based paint remediation. I thought back, and Than can correct me, but I think at some point, organizations like LA City College or LA Trade Tech had been offering worker training, both in English and in Spanish, on techniques of safe lead abatement that then resulted in at the end of the day, or 8 hours or 16 hours, in certification. I'm wondering, maybe in two parts, is the labeling an effort that you've extended with the industry, is it accessible to those whose first language is Spanish, do you think? And the second part of the question is, from a worker safety point of view, is there the opportunity to perhaps bring a component of this training to other worker training, like the lead abatement training? Just, it's food for thought, not that we have the answer, but I just think there's so many people that you see every day coming out of a Home Depot or a Lowe's with spray polyurethane foam without respirators or other forms of protection. And you just wonder, is there something we can do to reach that workforce, that day laborer workforce? So just a placeholder perhaps, but up to you.
Yeah, thank you, Member Strauss-Hacker, for that comment. I think the lessons learned from this, for us, we recognize the power and the utility of safer consumer products regulations to do exactly that, right? To bring training, labeling, potentially to other products as well. And so I think it's something that we can consider through future regulations. And, we'll see how this goes as well as we implement it, as we oversee the implementation of it. As far as the Spanish, I don't know if that's specifically a requirement or not, but I'll ask our Deputy Director Christensen to comment more on the labeling if she's available.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Member Brostrom, please.
Thank you. I had a number of questions, some rhetorical, some not. A lot of the presentation touched on issues that are of importance to me. Starting with enforcement and CVCI, the issues of dry cleaners. I think I've brought this up a number of times at the board, and I think some of your presentation today was indicative of some of the progress, and then also a lot of the still gaps and questions on how holistic we can deal with it. So starting with the dry cleaner in Richmond, where there was a penalty actually ordered. I guess two questions. One was, was this site part of the CVCI investigation? And if not, how was this site discovered? And then, I think there's a big concern around ability to pay for some of these smaller shops. And of course, this was seems like there was a non-compliance of a previous order. And so I am just wondering if there are considerations on ability to pay, or what happens next around this $100,000 penalty for I'm guessing what is a smaller shop.
Yeah, so this was not part of the CVCI program. It was a separate investigation. We can get back to you on the specifics of the origin of how we found out about it. As far as next steps go, because you're absolutely right, there's limited funds sometimes with these former operators, or sometimes non-existent. We can't even find the operator. So then we will continue to work on it. It's just not probably at a pace that we would like because of the funding issue. But we do have, a site remediation account that is able to fund orphan sites. And so we would consider that kind of funding source to move this type of site forward.
And then relatedly, getting more into CVCI, was really happy to hear that, as we move forward in the process, we're getting to these consent orders. And again, maybe this is more of a rhetorical question, but CVCI is no longer funded, doesn't have an active funding stream. And yet I think, as seen by some of these slides and presentation, dry cleaners are such a big issue in the state, and there hasn't really been a holistic mechanism beyond CVCI, which I think rightly focused on dry cleaners. Moving forward, these 128 sites are not the only sites in California. And so maybe more rhetorical, but again, wanting to just highlight this is a big issue. What can the board do to help promote this? What can DTSC do in terms of signaling, some more longer term comprehensive solutions to the dry cleaner issue in the state?
Yeah, thank you for highlighting that. And there's many very successful aspects of the CVCI program, the ones I talked about today, but also the technical assistance grants. And the Environmental Justice Advisory Council was also funded through CVCI. We will, by the way, be continuing the Environmental Justice Advisory Council. And, we, as a department, will find a way to bridge that funding for this next fiscal year, but we will need more sustainable sources of funding for those programs in CVCI, and we'll continue to explore all possible options for those.
Thank you. The next actually is a continuation of CVCI, particularly around the ECRG program. And so I know there was a lot of conversation around, housing as a reuse in this program. And I know there was lots of conversations with representatives from SEHA and EJ organizations around the reuse of land for housing that relied on administrative controls. And I'm just wondering, for the sites that you highlighted here, noting one again was a dry cleaner site, whether or not these were complete cleanups, whether you were using kind of the guidelines that were developed in partnership with some of the EJ advocates, or I know some of these decisions may have predated that. So just wondering if you knew much about these two sites and whether they were complete cleanup.
So I don't have the specifics on the sites, but for those ECRG sites, keep in mind that the regulator may not be DTSC. So sometimes it's the local county that's overseeing the cleanup because it may be a previously commercial site. Sometimes it's the water board overseeing the cleanup. So our role in these sites is providing the grant funding, working very closely with the local municipalities, with the NGOs or community-based organizations, the developer. The secret ingredient to these sites is that local level collaboration and ensuring that it's a benefit for the community for whatever development is happening there. And not to say, there could be some opportunity there for our expertise from a cleanup level toxicology purview. That's something that we could, look more closely at, but our focus here is more on the grant side of things. And then if we are the regulator as the oversight entity on these sites, then, we follow our Health Ecological Risk Assessment Office and the OEHA's promulgated cleanup levels that are available online, depending on what the site use is.
Thanks. The other question I had is on permitting, and I think you alluded to this, that there are, 5 draft decisions that you anticipate through the summer. And you referenced the historic backlog. So I was just wondering, are these decisions considered on time, or are these still part of the backlog? I'm just trying to kind of assess, are we getting to a point of normalcy where we're more actively meeting the timeframes that have been set out in statute?
Mhm. We are getting to a point where we are meeting those plus or minus 6 months. Sometimes we're 6 months ahead, sometimes we're within that 6 months on the tail end. So we're still refining that, but that's where we're landing with these newer decisions. Yeah.
Great. And then just one last question for you about the tribal affairs. You know, just wanting to maybe invite, you know, you thinking about whether or not there are opportunities for BES or BES staff to attend some of these site visits with you, to the extent that I don't think that we've visited any tribal sites. And so as you know, start to embark on more site visits, you know, maybe there are times or places that would also benefit the board to also suggest.
Great. Yeah, I welcome that participation. Thank you for suggesting it.
And then the other questions are on the hazardous waste management plan. So for the hazardous waste management plan, in terms of the lithium ion batteries, I probably should know this, but where are they going now?
So they're largely being recycled out of state.
Okay.
Yeah, at out of state recycling facilities.
And then I think there's been a lot of, you know, discussion in the past about bioremediation as something of interest that, you know, that could have multiple benefits. So just wondering if, is there a place where more comprehensive conversations are happening around bioremediation, particularly, you know, bringing in stakeholders together to talk about where this might be used? I'm just wondering where those conversations are happening and how there can be more public engagement or knowledge of those conversations.
Yeah, so I think one way right off the top of my head to provide is that we have one of our toxicologists that's participating actively in a national committee on bioremediation right now. This is a newer committee that was formed. She's actually leading it. And I'd like to check to see if some of their meetings are public. That's another avenue that we're plugging into the national conversation on this topic so that we can benefit from the most cutting edge science and bring it back to the department. So that's as part of the ITRC, it's an interstate council, and they have a committee on bioremediation, phytoremediation. So that's one way. We have our community conscious cleanup group that you're aware of, C3, but we're finding more ways to engage on this topic because we know, particularly from community organizations, nonprofits, even residents around the Exide community, the former Exide facility, that this desire to heal the land and not dig and haul is a priority for folks. And if we can figure out a way scientifically for certain chemicals to meet that demand, even if it takes a little bit longer for certain chemicals that maybe don't pose an immediate risk, it could really be ripe for opportunity to apply at some of our cleanup sites. So we have to make sure that approach is, you know, scientifically sound and health protective, but it's something we're really interested in moving forward.
Thank you. Just two more. So in terms of the Coupa conference, I know one of our staff members, or I think some staff members were able to go, so we got a little bit of a, you know, kind of a report back. I'm wondering if you can make that information public, because I know, you know, it seems like there are some details around the hazardous waste management plan implementation and planned implementation that I think that the public would be very interested in, given kind of the comments that we heard during that process. So wondering if there's a way to make that information that was presented at the Coupa conference available to the public.
Okay, so the slides that were presented?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we can make those slides public. And we're also working on workshops that will probably be more useful for the general public when the report is released, to break down more specifics that were talked about at that Coupa conference. So we'll be doing a couple public workshops, and that same material from the Coupa conference is going to be public once that report is out. So in a matter of a month.
Thank you. And then my final question, I think, is, you know, to one of the commenters who mentioned a desire to have a little bit more clarity on kind of like the plan for the plan. implementation. I think I agree with the sentiment there that we heard loud and clear that there was a lot of concern around the hazardous waste management plan and that we wanted to provide a continuing space for oversight and public transparency. And so having a little more information on how that will occur. I do appreciate it being part of the director priority and comments today, but maybe institutionalizing it a little bit more, being a little bit more transparent about how we're going to do that moving forward. So I would appreciate maybe continuing to have that conversation as we move forward.
Okay, yeah, Deputy Director Bain and I will look at more ways to do that. And a key piece as well will be some resources that we're hoping to get to help advance some of those recommendations. And so we're trying to iron out the resource allocation as well. And that will help us get clarity for what can actually be done the rest of the year.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Member Brostrom. Who wants to go next? Oh, Member Williams.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Director, thank you for the report. Just one question for me. I was wondering if you could speak to your priorities, in particular the equity and the promotion of that and DTSC's work, in particular addressing the comments that it wasn't as prominent as perhaps others may hoped it would have been. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for raising that. So I really appreciated that comment because I view equity as a core value that runs through all of our work, and it is paramount to everything we do. And it is codified in our last strategic plan as a core value. And so the request to consider it for director priority going forward, I absolutely like that suggestion. I think it does have a place in either our next strategic plan to continue the thread from the last strategic plan and make sure it does stay at top of mind for everything we do. So that's my commitment to say equity will be in either the director priority or the strategic plan moving forward. The way we're organizing ourselves is the director priorities are the annual, more specific commitments. And then the strategic plan, we just did the closeout for the last one, 2020 to 2024. The next strategic plan will be that overarching goal, vision, statement, set of goals that guides the yearly director priorities. So I agree that equity deserves, warrants, merits a place in those documents going forward. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Director and Deputy Director, I thank you both for being here. As I went through this, unfortunately, I could think of a million questions, but I will do some of these with staff since I'm a new board member. I'm sure much of this has been covered again and again and again. I was particularly interested in the discussion of dry cleaners. And as you and my colleague here asked questions, I chat GPT'd how many, somewhere they say between 3,000 and 7,000, depending upon the, you know, I'm interested in terms of if you keep information just generally or who does about the age of some of the facilities. I mean, I have to tell you, I was a child. I mean, I'm much older than most of you. So when you talk about 50 years, I was a child sitting under my mother as she worked on Saturdays in a dry cleaner, and she would call some of these chemicals by shorter names. And I grew up knowing about these things. So how do you track? It comes to you in various ways, and the question was asked, and I'm sure there are some reports. I mean, and there needs to be a systematic way, obviously, and I appreciate the question about a small business and resources available, but this seems to be a lot of facilities. How do you really track overall that many facilities? And
Yeah,
do you do it by age or yeah.
It's a huge problem. And we do have, like you said, thousands of dry cleaners in the state that have to be looked at, investigated, potentially cleaned up. So we have all of our site-by-site information in a database called EnviroStore that is notoriously difficult to navigate for the public, and it's something that we do need to fix, but it's going to need a long-term fix. So we can pull data from that, and there's reports we could run. So I think that's a good follow-up for us to get you some more information, what we do have on the dry cleaners as far as age, status of investigation. What we have for the discovery and enforcement sites, the 128 in the first round, and then there was a couple more dozen in our second round. We have a lot more information on that universe. So I would suggest as a follow-up presentation, either here or elsewhere, to give you more information on the D&E program, how they select their sites, and then the resolution we have on the smaller universe that will help inform future actions. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you very much. A quick question, hopefully real simple. Which solar turbine closure site? Which site is that?
I'm going to ask Wayne, do you have the details, or Mushta, on that, the solar turbine permit decision that's coming up? Mhm. In San Diego.
Well, I figured it
Okay.
was in San Diego. There might be more than one site. So, okay, thank you. Following up again on a colleague's question, on the tribal conference, in addition to archaeological sites, what were the other big issues that DTSC took away from that conference that you want to focus on?
Mhm. So building relationships is central to our ability to understand perspectives, different experiences that tribal governments bring to any work in state government. And so it's similar to some of the other work that we do engaging with communities, is that the tribe's lived experience can be key to informing how we approach a site, or what do we need to protect. We're here to protect the environment, and we need to learn from tribal governments, what does that encompass, because they have other knowledge of the land and than our engineers and geologists on a site. And so we really need to harness and listen to the perspectives of tribal governments, so that when we say we're protecting the environment, that's really what we're doing in a most holistic way. And so there were examples of how that tribal experience in protecting, fish populations and other places across the state was key to being successful in the outcome that everyone really desired.
Thank you. I only have two more. On slide 17, under the 2025 Hazardous Waste Management Plan, the priorities for 26, the recycling opportunities, collaboration with interstate technology, regulatory councils, other states and countries. Did you find good examples of other countries? California is kind of an interesting state, and I'm just curious where we saw examples that we would like to emulate from countries or other states even.
Mm-hmm. So China and South Korea are particularly notable for some of the facilities they have for recycling lithium batteries, fully enclosed, state-of-the-art protections, mitigation systems. So that's an example we can look to learn from in the future. And I think, the secretary went to China a couple years ago. She brought back some information with her on that front. Our staff have also visited some of the facilities in other states. So we're in that process of researching, learning those other models that can serve us well here.
Thank you. Last question. So in terms of your priorities and the BSPs, or the requests through the government process for those in the public to get funds for various things, the BSPs, I don't even know what BSP stands for, Board Member Williams. BCP. See, I ran the Senate. I didn't care. I just want to know how much money somebody wanted. How do those reflect the ones that I'm hoping one of those is for the CVCI program? But if not, I'm just curious what how you've attached those BCPs to the priorities. What are they?
Yes. So the third priority that I have around science, technology, innovation, there is a BCP, a budget proposed in the governor's budget in front of us that would help our lab get the necessary equipment, the maintenance to advance particularly forensics and testing for lead in soil, because lead continues to be, an urban problem for us that, can help our enforcement if we're able to decipher what lead comes from where. So that's just one example. We also have continued funding proposed for the Exide cleanup, which is huge for, reversing historic environmental injustices. We also have, we do not have CVCI in front of us, but that, certainly will be on the docket for the very near future. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And thanks so much, Director Butler. I'll ask a couple questions and make a couple comments. So my first question is on the picking up on what some of the other board members raised about the regulatory response for MDI. I'm curious, so that you had mentioned that there was a green chemistry grant program that was part of the regulatory response of $4 million. Who will oversee that green chemistry grant program, and do you have a sense of what specifically those grants will go towards?
So there will be an amount per pound of the spray foam sold that goes into that fund. And once the fund, has money to fund grants, then we have a third party that we've contracted with that will oversee the development of those grants. So it could be multiple projects, could be, that is still to be developed.
Thanks so much about. And then I guess maybe just a couple of requests, I suppose. The first is on the public participation manual. This is a constant drumbeat that we hear at each of our board meetings is an interest in this. So any update that you have here, you can also feel free to take it back if you need to check on the exact status of it. But just to repeat the plea from the public that we regularly hear to engage early on the development of the plan. I think I'd heard that from Serlene in the past, but just wanted to reemphasize that here.
Yeah, thank you. And we heard that plea as well. We are committed to getting more public input. So we are on track to circulating a public version of a draft by the summer so that we can receive input, feedback on the draft.
Thank you so much. The next one is picking up on what Member Brostrom and Member Atkins were talking about on the engaging tribal nations. I think similarly, from the board's perspective, or at least from my perspective on the board, I would like to find ways to engage more with tribal nations from with the board. So any of the tours or site visits or anything like that that you are willing to engage the board on, I think that would be really welcomed from our side. So picking up on what Member Brostrom had said. Next comment, similar to what Member Brostrom said on the hazardous waste management plan, I think what we would like and what the public would like is basically kind of the next level down, and to the extent that you can forecast out the specific activities that you'll be working on in 2026. I know there's a budget change proposal that's outstanding, so kind of there's some uncertainty about how much staff you will have to implement it. I think to me what's most interesting about that is how you can kind of deep dive or inform or brief the public at the board meetings, maybe in the second half of this year, on certain issues. So just some of the issues that I'm interested in, I know there's this various review of exemptions at the federal level to determine, whether or not they lead to, in fact, legitimate recycling. I think that's an issue that's really of interest to me, is how, whether that in fact has basically what you're finding there. Is that actually a reality? Is it worth pursuing those exemptions, or should we DTSE be heading the other direction? And of course, that I know that requires some front end work, but the more that you're able to kind of report that out through the board and bring the public along the way, I think that would be really welcome. Similarly, on the source reduction reports, I'd be really curious kind of what themes and takeaways that your team is finding as they're reviewing these source reduction reports and how that could then inform a source reduction program within DTSE as you're building that up. Those are the types of issues I think would be particularly interested in getting more on. And I think that just about covers it. Any other final, Vice Chair?
I wanted to give your deputy, Robin Christensen, an opportunity to respond to my question. If you could unmute her, and thank you for her participation and your team's participation. Thank you.
Deputy Director Christensen, you are perfect.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to respond to the question. So the question that came in, Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker, had to do with access and whether we had materials available in Spanish. And yes, the regulatory responses do require both training and labeling to be available in Spanish as well as in English. So were there other questions that I can help to respond to?
No, thank you so much for being part of our meeting today and for being on this.
Right, thank you.
This is a little unconventional, but I wanted to follow up on a question from Member Broadstrom about AMO Fabricare. And so we're in the process in site mitigation, and for the new ones, the new members, welcome. My name's Than Berg. I am Deputy Director of Site Mitigation. So it's the cleanup program, and one of our priorities is to invigorate our enforcement. So AMO Fabricare, dry cleaners in Richmond, California, when it originally came to DTSC, it was under voluntary cleanup agreement, which they voluntarily agreed to do what they need to do to characterize the site and clean it up. And once we realized that there was a very large PCE plume coming from this facility and going down gradient, they stopped complying with the voluntary cleanup agreement. We tried multiple things, and then we, as part of the new enforcement policy, you can't unlearn something. If there's the public in danger and there are people in that building and there's a PCE plume underneath it and there's vapor intrusion, then we need to take action. We closed out the voluntary cleanup agreement. We issued an order to all liable parties, whether they were viable or not, all liable parties, and they committed to commit to and do the work necessary. We then went through elevated enforcement. They did not do the work necessary. And at some point, you have to draw the line and enforce that order. And the process to do that is to go after penalties. Generally, the cleanup program is not a punitive program. We generally don't do penalties. But this party was allowing individuals to go into that building, and we could not let that go on. So this was the next step in the enforcement process. And we settled with them based on ability to pay. And there were 3 different responsible parties that we settled with. So I just want to make sure you got that big picture, because you're probably going to hear more. And from my perspective, it's super important when we do this that we do press, because we want to make sure that people understand that when we enter into agreements or we issue orders, that we are going to stand behind them, protect the public. And if you don't create that deterrent effect, then you can't, your enforcement is not going to be very meaningful. So I just wanted to give you that perspective so that you had an understanding of what the real situation was.
Thank you so much. Any final board member comments or questions before we move on to the next agenda item? If not, thank you all so much. And thank you so much to Director Butler and your team. Really appreciate it. So we are now on to agenda item number 4, which is the Hazardous Waste Facilities Operating Permit Decision Status Report. I don't think that'll ever get easy to say. And this one is for the Clean Harbors Button Willow facility. So DTSC reports to this board regarding the timing of certain hazardous waste facility permit decision And then this board votes whether to accept or modify the proposed permit decision schedule. So I'd like to ask DTSC's Permitting Division Chief, Wayne Lawrenson, to join us. And he will be proposing a revised schedule for the Button Willow facility. In addition, although our board staff is not presenting, they do have a staff recommendation memo, which is included in today's agenda packet. And after Wayne's presentation, we'll hear public comment, and then the board will consider whether to, how to take action on this item. So Division Chief Lawrenson, over to you.
Great. Good morning, Chair Rakestraw, members of the board. My name is Wayne Lorenzen. I manage the permitting division at DTSC. If I might take the liberty to follow up on Tony's questions, Member Atkins' question about solar turbines, it's probably the one that you're thinking of. It's on Pacific Coast Highway in San Diego. It's a post-closure permit. So at one time they had an operating facility permit. They've closed their operations. They're still operating, but not hazardous waste. So we have opportunities. We're planning on visiting that site this year. If anyone's interested in accompanying permitting to that site, we can coordinate that. But I'm here today to ask the board to accept a modified final decision date for the Button Willow facility. And things have changed. I think, the slide here shows June 30th. And that is the new date. You may have heard Director Butler hint at that earlier in her presentation, but we are thoroughly considering all of the comments, and we need that additional time in order to finalize the documentation. We're considering additional documentation to include, as you know, many of you have been on the journey with us on compiling the administrative record and putting all of that together. And that's a big transformation for us right now. It's much different than it was 2 years ago when we had a different administrative record. But we need to make sure that that is as finalized as it can be, and we need that additional time. So with that, I would ask the board to accept that modified date of June 30th.
Thank you very much, Division Chief Lawrenson. So we'll now open up the floor for public comment in this item, and then the board will discuss. Sheena, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. So the floor is now open for public comment regarding agenda item number 4, the Hazardous Waste Facilities Operating Permit Decision Status Report, specifically the amended schedule presented today for the Clean Harbors Button Willow Facility Permit Decision. Starting with our in-person participants, are there any folks in the room that would like to comment on this agenda item? Seeing none in person, those participating on Zoom, if you would like to comment on this agenda item, please raise your virtual hands. Seeing no hands raised on Zoom, Mark, thank you so much for letting me know there are no Spanish comments at this time. Chair Rakestraw, that concludes this public comment period.
Thank you very much, Sheena. So now the board will consider whether to accept the amended schedule for the Button Willow facility. So now this is a chance for board members to ask any questions that they have of Division Chief Lawrenson, or to make any comments that they would like. So who would like to kick us off? Yeah,
I just want to reiterate for the public as well as for the board that there was an amendment. So our materials are not necessarily reflective of that. So the board is now considering June 30th for the date as an updated schedule.
Thanks for highlighting that. Member Brostrom, please.
Yeah, this is a question. I think you had mentioned that the postponement is due to reviewing and responding to comments. Just wondering if you could give us a sense on, how many comments you received, particularly interested in, members of the public versus, so just trying to get a gauge on kind of what you received in terms of comments.
Okay. I'm going to look to Mohammed, and I think he knows the exact number. I think it may be 22. Is that right? 22 commenters? Or do you not? We can get that info for you. It was significantly it's a small number comparatively speaking to other high-profile projects. So, but we can give you that exact number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
In fact, in a few minutes, probably.
And, I know you're still in the review process, but are you anticipating any modifications based on those comments? Just in terms of, if so, I think, making sure that there's enough time.
Any modifications from the draft permit to the final permit? Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Given that, is June 30th enough time?
I know, well, it's a struggle because, we could say the end of the year, right? And give us enough time to do, but we want to be transparent about what our thinking is so that we don't blindside the public with a date that comes well before what we anticipated it to be. So it's a very fine balance. The closer that we get to the date, the more chaotic it gets and the more, logistically, there are a lot of things to put into place in releasing a draft decision and a final decision, especially for high profile projects. So.
Maybe this is more for the board conversation. I know there's this tension about, wanting to make sure that decisions happen, in a timely fashion. And yet it does seem like we're getting quite a few requests to push back the date. And so whether or not we want to maybe err on the side of providing more time so that, that we're not continually coming back. I don't know, that's a question for the board. I think my inclination is maybe allowing for a little bit more time, rather than having, repeated extensions.
Thanks, Member Brostrom. Any other board members want to ask questions or make comment? So then in that case, I will go ahead and jump in here. So I guess maybe a couple questions for you, Wayne. The first is, I guess, responding to what Member Brostrom just said. How confident are you on this June 30th date? I mean, is that confident enough that we should accept this date and there's less of a risk of coming back to the board at our next board meeting? How would you balance that right now?
Yes, I wouldn't be here proposing June 30th if we weren't confident about it. That is our best estimate for a date, and that's the date that we anticipate. There were a total of 8 comments, by the way.
Thanks so much. Sorry, Wayne, one more question for you. I guess I'm always struck at looking back at the timelines of these old permits and in particular the areas where there's just giant gaps. So looking at the history for this permit here, where you had the second notice of deficiency was issued in 2007, you had the response in 2013, then a third NOD was issued in 2018. It's just like so striking how long those periods are. I'm just curious, just as kind of taking a step back, how I know permitting has dramatically changed how they do business, but I was wondering if you could kind of speak to like how you avoid that type of situation where you have many years between responses.
Right.
Thanks.
Yeah, great question. In the past 10 years, as some of you know, permitting has transformed significantly internally. I mean, it started with a culture change within permitting. All of the staff are invested in trying to help each other do things consistently in a way that makes sense for protecting the people and the environment. And one of those ways is that we've started building a permitting electronic resources library. And that started around 10 years ago with one document. We didn't have guidance documents. We didn't have templates. We didn't have example letters. All of the staff were working in different offices, doing different things the way that they thought that it needed to be done. That is significantly different now. We're all looking at the same guidance documents and doing things in the same way with the same expectations and the same timelines. So that's the most significant thing.
Great. Thank you so much. All right, I think that just about answers all of the questions that I had on this one. Um, so any other board member questions or comments? And if not, can I get a motion?
Chair Rakestraw, I move that we accept the schedule as proposed by the department.
Thank you. Is there a second? We have a motion to accept the proposed schedule, and we have a second. Sheena, will you please call a vote?
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Board members in support of the motion, please vote by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. That motion passes with 4 ayes and 1 abstention.
Thank you very much, Sheena. So that now brings us to a break. So I believe we'll plan to take a 20-minute break. So Sheena, again, will you please tell us what time we should reconvene?
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. So we will take a break and return at 11:05. And when we return, we will continue with agenda item number 5, our X-site update. Welcome back, everyone. It is now 11:05 a.m. and we maintain quorum by having all members present. Chair Rakestraw, we are ready to proceed with agenda item number 5, X-site update.
Thank you very much, Sheena. So we will now receive an update on the former X-site facility from a number of different presenters. We'll start off with Than Berg, who's the DTSC Deputy Director of the Site Mitigation and Restoration Program, to join us at the podium to provide an overview and update on the X-site facility cleanup. And then following Than, we will have several other presentations. Please, over to you.
Great, thank you so much. Again, Than Berg, Site Mitigation Restoration Deputy Director, X-side. I know that probably everyone here is familiar with X-side, but I do have a little bit of a background before I go into the updates, just as a refresher so that we're all on the same page. Is a battery recycler and lead refining, had lead refining operations from 1922 to 2014. So in light of that expanded operations period, obviously it existed long before there was regulatory oversight. As you probably are aware, there was a lot of contamination, not only on site as a result of the operations, but also aerial emissions and deposition of lead throughout the surrounding community. We are looking at the site in 2 major geographic ways. There's the facility itself, which is going down one track, and then also the residential cleanup. The residential cleanup has been going on since, let's see here, 2017, I believe. There are about 10,000 properties within the immediate preliminary investigation area. We identified this area using wind direction and sampling information, looking out 4.5 miles and focusing on the determination was a radius of 1.4 to 1.7 miles for this preliminary investigation area. We started 2017 and X-side went into bankruptcy in 2020. The property itself is now in a trust that is being managed called the VERT. There was little money left in the trust, $50 million, which fell way short of what it actually cost to clean up the site and the surrounding community. And finally, we requested US EPA list the site on the MPL in 2021. Am I moving these? Or someone else? Okay, great. This is the preliminary investigation area. The cities of Vernon, Commerce, Maywood, Bell, Huntington Park, Boyles Heights neighborhood in the city of LA, and unincorporated East LA. We started with properties over 400 ppm, parts per million starting in 2017. The goal is to reduce, eliminate exposure to lead through ingestion, inhalation, dermal contact. The goal was to act quickly as possible, considering the magnitude of the situation and the direct exposure to the community. And also, we did not want to destroy personal property. We did not want to take down homes. We did not want to cut down trees. We wanted to act quickly, but also be respectful of these community members. As we've been finishing these individual properties, we provide what we call a letter of completion. It's a very long report, 100 to 150 pages, and it gives very detailed information of what we did and if there was any waste left in at depth or otherwise, so that each property owner was aware of it and what they could do to limit their exposure. Ooh. So this is just a timeline. This is an unprecedented cleanup. It's the largest in the country. We started 2018 in June, and then we are now at 6,118 properties. We estimate 6,500 properties by the end of this calendar year. All right, a lot of money. We have spent $643 million thus far on this project, and we have spent almost $70 million on the parkways, which I'll explain more in a bit. 95% of the money goes directly to the cleanup work. Thank you, legislature. All right, for the upcoming year, fiscal year 25-26, we have a budget of $70 million. This will take us to the end of the calendar year. We are prioritizing sites at 55 parts per million as a screening level for lead. And we have focused on the most contaminated properties first, but as we've gotten more money, we have started lowering the screening level. And so that's where we are right now. Project milestones and achievements. Over 6,000 properties cleaned up. We have 15 field crews out there right now. In 2021, we did 139 schools, parks, daycares. On a quarterly basis, we get a listing from the California Community Care Licensing Division to make sure if there's a new daycare that we focus on it. Let me, back up a second. Okay, so thus far, we have entered into access agreements with a lot of property owners, but we do have 593, which we have yet to do the initial sampling of their property. All right, a lot here to explain. So one thing that we did as part of this, this project was try to mitigate the overall impacts that have been placed on this community. It's a vulnerable community and a lot of historical impacts. And one thing we did, we created a workforce for environmental restoration in communities, or WORK program, in 2016. It is a training program that takes underemployed residents, give them a skill set to facilitate opportunities after this project is completed. Another thing we did is we entered into an agreement, a project labor agreement in 2017. It is between DTSC and the LA and Orange County Building Trade Council. So we have an agreement with a couple of unions to ensure that we are prioritizing hiring local residents. So we have 3 hiring goals under that contract. We have a goal of 20% for community residents in the communities that I listed previously. We have a 30% goal for local, that is low-income zip codes within 10 miles of the facility. We have a 25% goal for transitional. So those are LA County residents that also fit into some other category. I'm not going to list them all off. There are things like foster youth, homeless, custodial single parent, a veteran, below the poverty level, et cetera. And then the final goal for our contract is a 50% goal for new employment worker. And what fits in that would be the work graduates, so the training program that we instituted, as well as certification by California Department of Public Health for lead response. After this year, we will have over 3,000 properties left. We've asked the legislature through a BCP to fund the next 2 years. That'll be another 140 million and hopefully clean up another 1,000 properties. Community member engagement. Building trust is a really hard thing, and this community has been burdened And we have put a lot of effort to build these relationships with this community. We have a Exide Technologies Advisory Group and a working group, and we meet with the working group, which are members of the community, those leaders. We meet with them every other Friday from 3:30 to 5 o'clock. And I have a very large span under me, but this is extremely important, and I meet with them every other Friday, and they are kind enough to dedicate their time to give us feedback and guidance. We also have a quarterly meeting with the community, either with the the ETAG as co-chair or a public meeting. We have a third-party monitor who will speak later today. We really appreciate having the ability of the third-party monitor to be out in the field watching what we do, making sure that we're doing exactly what we're supposed to be doing, and giving us direct feedback when we need to improve our performance. And also we have a hotline and an online feedback system, and we try to answer those as quickly as possible. We have 15 crews out in the field doing the work, and we have folks that oversee them, our employees, but we can't be everywhere at once, so we really appreciate when we get direct feedback from community members if they see something that needs to be corrected. The Parkways cleanup. The Parkways is a strip of land in between roads and individual homes. So we started the Parkway cleanup to excavate it, put in clean fill, back grade, and then restore it to how we found it. We ended up entering into an agreement with each of the different cities, the jurisdictions, to work out exactly what that restoration would look like. And here are the metrics on the parkways. Those have all been completed as of January 26. And then here's the parkway metrics with our agreements on local hiring. And as you can see, we try really hard to meet all those objectives. Okay, verification and retrospective sampling objectives. So about 3 years ago, there was a community project, a community science project that did a lot of sampling out in the community and outside of the preliminary investigation area. And the community was very concerned about retrospective or confirmation sampling at the different sites to make sure that we were doing what we promised we would do under our work plan and that sites were not being recontaminated and other concerns. So we committed to do this verification and retrospective sampling. So the goals were to make sure we were complying with our own plan, that we imported clean soil, that the sampling results were reproducible, and that we were meeting all the other objectives. And what are those objectives? Clean up the properties to achieve a cleanup goal that is protective of human health and the environment, protect residents from exposure to lead in soil that present an unacceptable risk through ingestion, inhalation, and dermal or direct contact, and minimize short-term impacts. So this leads to our limitations that are in the work plan and just very practical limitations. We had 3 options. Do nothing. That was not an option. We had community members that were at risk. Another option would be we take down every home and we moonscape it. Well, that was not really another option either. We really wanted to be respectful of the property owners and make sure that we did not destroy their home. We did not cut down trees or disturb roots so that trees would fall on houses, that we would not dig up driveways, that we would not dig up utility corridors. So with this in mind, it means that also we only went down to 18 inches, but we did not go further than 18 inches. So with this in mind, at depth, there may be lead contamination left on site. And where we were not able to go down to 18 inches, we still brought in backfill that was certified 40 ppm or less. So the conscious effort to reduce any direct exposure to the residents, but it does mean that there is some lead contamination left on site because of these limitations. Okay. We started the verification and retrospective sampling last April. We finished it in February of this year. Of the pool of 1,375 properties, we sampled under verification 524. For the retrospective, it was based on statistical representation selected at random, so 100 properties. So we're in the process of taking all this information and QA/QCing it, quality assurance it, quality controlling it, making sure that it is accurate. At each property, we did 8 sampling locations at 3 depths. 0 to 6 inches, 6 inches to 12 inches, 12 inches to 18 inches. We also use an XRF machine to take 3 samples at each property to see if there's lead-based paint at the property. We sampled exactly where we sampled previously when we cleaned up the property. That meant that even if we did not go down 18 inches, we sampled down to 18 inches at all those 8 locations. So I'm explaining this super slowly because it means that if we did not dig it up to 18 inches, then whatever was there is still there. And the idea being, we want to make sure that what we told the property owner previously in the letter of completion is accurate. And so we're having an apples by apples comparison to those sampling. And we want to make sure that what we give them is correct and that we're giving them all the information they need to know where there may be vulnerability or remaining contamination and all the different things they can do to limit their exposure. Okay. All right, let's see here. I think I'm on my last slide. You would think I would do the facility first, but I didn't. Okay, so the facility itself, there are no buildings left on the facility except for an administrative building. They've all been removed. Some of these buildings were regulated under RECRA as contaminated as a property, but we also discovered that all the other buildings were contaminated as well. So we did remove all the buildings that we found that were contaminated. We are doing a SVE pilot, a soil vapor extraction pilot right now. It's being implemented by the trust starting in January and with updates monthly on that. Also, we have facility ongoing operation and maintenance to make sure that facility is secure. And we're working very closely with US EPA in hopes that the facility will be listed on the NPL. And this is our facility budget overall. 132.4 million, expended and encumbered almost 35 million. So the remaining of that budget last fiscal year was transferred to the residential cleanup so that we could continue the residential cleanup this year. So just explaining on how that money was spent. And I believe that is it for me. I don't know, Chair Rakestraw, if you want to go to the next person or if you want me to answer questions, or how would you like to handle that?
I think the plan is to go to the next presenter, take all presenters, and then I just ask that board members take note of their questions and then that you be available to step up and answer them should they come up. So we'll now turn to our next presenter. Thank you so much, Deputy Director Chip Polinelli from US EPA Region 9 to join us with an update regarding the NPL listing for Exide. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Good morning. I'm Chip Polinelli. I'm the Assistant Director for EPA Superfund in Southern California. I'm here to present what the Superfund process is, what you might expect from EPA should the site list, and what the process has been going since the state of California asked us to propose Exide on the NPL list back in July of 2022. Roxanne, okay. So just here, I just have a graphical representation of what the site looks like. Mine's a little older than Than's, so I think you can see the great progress that DTSC has made taking down the buildings, the operational segments. But again, I just wanted to kind of give everybody a perspective of what the facility looked like and what we are considering adding to the NPL list. The Superfund process, it's an extensive process, and I wanted to represent where we're at right now. So back in July of 2022, State of California asked us to step in and assess the site to see if it qualified to be listed on the NPL list. Over the last 3 years, that's what we've done. We did a preliminary assessment, so that's really a desktop study to look at the data that's been collected, potential contaminations, most importantly, releases that are related to the site. That's one of the categories that we consider when we consider listing a site, is there has to be a documented release of a CERCLA hazardous substance, and as well as making sure that we can attribute that contamination to the operational facility itself. We completed the PA or the PI, and then we went on to the site assessment and scored the facility based on groundwater. We looked at the groundwater pathway, and it scored and qualified for a proposed listing, which we did, right? And then we went to public comment. We received 35 public comments, 33 that were in favor of listing the site, 2 sets, and I say sets because they were extensive comments in opposition. The comments took into consideration proof of connectivity between the lower groundwater and the upper groundwater. What was the attribution to X side? So we had to look at this pretty extensively. We actually looked at multiple lines of evidence. We looked at modeling. We looked at the geological formations. So we had to really dig down into response to those comments. As a result, we did a lot more than we normally would do in a site assessment. We got, we had to look at data, new data that was introduced. And as a result, we issued what's called a notice of data availability, or a NODA. And I can get more into the process, but I just wanted to say that so we went out for a second round of comments. So where we're at right now is finishing up our response to comments, preparing and finalizing our listing package to present to headquarters for a final rule decision. Final rule decisions for adding sites to an NPL is a headquarters decision, so we are preparing for briefing at higher levels in the month of May. Now, should the site list, I can give you an overview of what that means, is we would then go into what we call site characterization. Now, normally that would be pretty extensive and time consuming, but all the great work that DTSC has done, the site has been very thoroughly characterized. There are a few areas that we would probably take additional samples on, mostly off-site. But we are far ahead of the game should this site qualify, or should this site list, to bring it closer to a remedy decision. And that's the next step, is we have to determine what the remedy is for the different pathways: groundwater, soil, vapor intrusion. So we feel that if the site lists, the site characterization process would be expedited, would get to a record of decision or a remedy decision, and then move right on to design, implement the remedy. And what we all want is clean up and delisting, So that's our overall process. Diving in a little bit deeper to the NPL listing process, this summarizes what we've done so far. Like I said, we evaluated the site. We submitted an evaluation to headquarters. We received headquarters approval. We received state concurrence for the proposed listing. We proposed the site, received comments, and then, as I mentioned, we received a notice of data. We issued a notice of data availability. went out to public comment, and right now we're currently in the decision mode. Basically, we have to present to headquarters our acting assistant administrator, and those briefings are scheduled for the month of May. This provides a timeline. I had mentioned the state of California asked us to list the site in 2022. We assessed it. We issued an SI or a site assessment. Again, these just put dates to what I've already went over. And really where we're at is the final rule decision, because the site has been proposed and we're waiting for a decision from headquarters to final rule it. So I think we'll pass it on to our next presenter.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank
Deborah.
you.
Really appreciate it. So we'll now invite up Dr. Jim Wells with LEA Environmental at the Exide Technologies Advisory Group, Technical Advisor. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairperson, members of the board, good morning. My name is Jim Wells. I am an environmental geologist with LEA Environmental, and our company runs the third-party monitor program for the Exide residential cleanup. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak today. I have been active in this project for many years, having first served as a technical advisor for ETAG since about 2015. And as you almost certainly know, ETAG, or the Exide Technical Advisory Group, consists of community activists, academics, elected officials, and other stakeholders that advises DTSC on the Exide cleanup. By way of background, I have a PhD in geology. I've been doing this kind of work on soil and groundwater remediation for something like 35 years. I'm president of the environmental consulting and remediation firm, LEA Environmental. So the Exide third-party monitor conducts unannounced, independent inspections of residential and parkway cleanup activities, as well as inspections of the various sampling programs, like the verification sampling. This effort is funded by the state of California by way of DTSC, but it is not directed by DTSC. The idea of the third-party monitor originated with the ETAG group several years ago. The third-party monitor is one component of an overall effort to expand and improve on the quality control program for the Exide cleanup. This really was in response to concerns from ETAG and the community. So DTSC made a commitment to a bigger and better QA/QC program for the cleanup contract that began in early 2024. The third-party monitor is responsible for documenting contractor compliance with two big guiding documents: the operations plan for the residential cleanup and health and safety plan. So maybe one way to think about this, the operation plan is really about doing a good, thorough job in the cleanup, and the health and safety plan is making sure that that work is done safely for the workers and residents. So this is how the program works. We have inspectors who are out in the field every day, observing cleanup activities. We make spot inspections. We're not at every cleanup all the time, but we make spot inspections to ensure the consistency of our observations. We use electronic checklists to evaluate critical components of these ops plans and the health and safety plans. And if anyone's interested, I actually have copies of just an example inspection report. And what you'll see is they're quite comprehensive. To date, we have conducted something like 4,500 inspections. This is, it entails about 1,300 parkway inspections, mostly last year, about 2,200 residential inspections, plus a handful of inspections of the verification sampling program that Ms. Berg talked to us about earlier this morning. We report our findings on a weekly basis to DTSC, and DTSC in turn works with the remediation contractors to correct recurring issues and to improve performance based on our observations. We also update the ETAG working group during those every other week sessions that Ms. Berg mentioned. I attend those sessions on a regular basis. So what are we finding? For residential cleanups, this is the list of the top non-compliance observations from the early part of this year in the category of operation plan issues. So things like soil being tracked off-site, visible dust in the air, you can see for yourself that those are kind of the top 5 or 6 issues that we're continuing to see. Health and safety issues, we have observed quite a lot of improvements in health and safety issues, but we do have some recurring issues, usually related to personal protective equipment and hand washing. We also, DTSC maintains a very robust air monitoring program at these active sites. And so this is a list of kind of the most frequent non-compliance observations that we have made so far this year in that category. How about trends? This graph is probably hard to read, but it shows the number of non-compliance observations that we've made in those 3 main categories for each of 5 different months that spans the 2+ years that we've been conducting inspections. So that goes from about April 2024 through March of this year. And the bar charts are really just absolute number of non-compliance observations. The line that you see shows the normalized trends of non-compliance observations per inspection. So what we have seen over a period of time, and I should probably interject here that every non-compliance event is not of equal importance. And it's not up to us really to tell anybody which are more important than others. But keep that in mind that this is a really kind of gross view of temporal trends. But what we have seen is in the first half of the program, which started in early 2024, a gradual but consistent decline in the number of these non-compliance observations. So we were seeing increasing compliance with the ops plans and the health and safety plans. And frankly, over the last year, we've seen more of a plateau of about the same level of occurrence of observation plans. We actually maintain our results in a big giant database, and you can, I'm kind of a data guy, so you can look as deep as you want into this data and check for possible temporal trends. These are some graphs that I actually put together for our last public meeting. And what they show are trends for a couple issues for both residential and parkway cleanups from last year. So the top trend, I believe, is, I can't read that from here. That's visible dust. The bottom one is soil track off. And you really can start to see some interesting trends that I think can provide feedback to improve performance. For example, the visible dust trend, I believe, is probably seasonal. We saw that rise in concentrations or in occurrences in the summertime. We're in Southern California. There's no rain in the summertime. It's drier. You're just more likely to kick up more dust. So I like to think that the data that we're providing is more than just instant feedback for the work crews, but also we can look at these longer term trends and try to understand more, maybe subtler ways to improve this project. In closing, I just wanted to take a couple minutes and comment on how we actually evaluate the thoroughness of remediation. How do we know if a residential parcel, after it's been cleaned up, is really safe for kids? Initially, DTSC was probably not collecting enough data to reliably answer this question. And as Ms. Berg mentioned, they have embarked on a verification sampling program that really is principal purpose is to help answer this very important question. I will say that this verification sampling program, although there are frankly some disagreements over how it should be carried out and how fast the data can be delivered, it really is a success story for the ETAG process, for the advisory group process. They're the ones that advocated for better documentation of how well these cleanups were going and also how consistent the cleanups were. And to DTSC's credit, they agreed, and now we have this verification sampling program. This is common knowledge for most people probably at this meeting, but for review, the major pathway for harmful exposure to lead in soil is accidental ingestion. I mean, there are other exposure pathways, but really that's the big one. You're out gardening, wipe the sweat off your face and get a little bit of soil in your mouth. Kids are out playing in the yard. Same thing. They get a little bit of soil in their mouth, and there you have that exposure. In my field, which is environmental geology, pretty much every day we grapple with the question of how clean is clean. It is physically impossible to capture every last molecule of contamination, whether it be groundwater or soil. So how good is good enough for a remediation project? That's really what this is about. For shallow soil remediation, there are pretty standard federal and state guidelines that call for these cleanup goals to be based on average soil concentrations across a site, or at least across some subset of a site that we might describe as a decision unit. I think the idea is that people live their lives and use their yards, and as they do, their true exposure is some kind of integration of the impacts across the entire yard. This is really especially important for the situation we have at Exide with airborne contamination. The actual concentrations pre-remediation are extremely variable. I mean, it was not unusual in the pre-remediation sampling to have samples 2 feet apart that would be vastly different in concentrations. They're very, very high degree of heterogeneity. I think another way to think about the averaging guideline is there's an assumption that every patch of soil within a decision unit counts the same toward characterizing risk. There need to be separate decision units and possibly different cleanup standards if some areas are known to have different exposure patterns than others. So this is a totally hypothetical sample. It's not a real site, but it's representative of what we find out in the field. This is meant to show a pre-remediation and post-remediation picture of lead in soil at a residential site. So the top map shows the pre-remediation distribution. The deeper shapes of red show higher concentrations, lighter shades represent lower concentrations. It's extremely variable. In real life, it's even more variable than this. But one thing to keep in mind is that it wasn't all that unusual at these sites in Exide for some parts of a residential home to be already below 80 parts per million, which is the cleanup standard, whereas others were greatly exceeded that concentration. So that just is an example of this heterogeneity that I've been talking about. But in the upper example, I just made this up, but if you add up all the concentrations from the characterization samples that were taken, you'd get a number of 381 parts per million. That's way above 80. That home under state guidelines would qualify for cleanup. So the lower map shows, again, a hypothetical post-remediation distribution. Much more homogeneous, kind of obvious why. The unpaved areas have been excavated and backfilled with clean soil. That clean backfill is not completely devoid of lead. Lead is a naturally occurring substance. It's present in pretty much any soil sample you could take anywhere in the state, but it numbers way below the cleanup standard of 80. Average lead concentrations in California soils are somewhere around 12 parts per million, in non-urban areas. But a portion of the area, I put in a tree, that's the green blob toward the bottom there. Portion of the area in this hypothetical site under the tree couldn't be completely excavated down to the anticipated 12 to 18 inches. So in the verification sampling, that sample came back greater than 80. However, the average concentration as measured by all the post-remediation samples was far below the cleanup standard of 80. So this is an example using state and federal guidance. This is an example of a site that would pass. Now, should we expect every home to meet that closure criteria of average lead concentration across the yard to be less than 80? You know, maybe not. This is basically a program of thousands of separate and individual cleanup projects. I think it would be fanciful to imagine that every single one of those went perfectly. So it's my hope that this will prove to be a rare occurrence, that we'll find that post-remediation sampling does not meet that criteria. But I don't think it should be beyond the realm of possibility to expect that could happen. That pretty much concludes my presentation this morning. I want to close by saying that the third-party monitor program is meant to be a resource for everyone. It's meant to be a resource for the community, for DTSC. If board members have further questions either this morning or any other time, we're available to chat and answer your questions. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the detailed presentation. So we have one more presentation from Mark Lopez, who's the Eastside Community Organizer for East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice, as well as the co-chair of the ETAG. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Before getting started, I wanted to acknowledge my grandmother. I'll just step back. Juana Beatriz Gutierrez, today is actually the 1-year anniversary of her passing, and she's the reason why I'm doing any of this. I also wanted to acknowledge Angie Guzman, who was an East Yard member who passed away earlier this month at the young age of 22. Y'all have heard mention of this research that we did, and she actually participated in collecting some of these soil samples in her community of Boyle Heights. The research that was being talked about is called Get the Lead Out. Recently, there was an academic publication of our research findings, and hopefully you've received that. If not, we can make sure that y'all get that. So where does Get the Lead Out come from? Get the Lead Out comes from our communities participating in the public processes that were described earlier. Repeatedly, month after month, for several years, our community members were calling out issues with the cleanup. One big one was the approach of targeting the homes with the highest samples, because what that meant was a patchwork approach was being taken, meaning they can come clean my house and then 2 years later return and clean my neighbor's house, which, given the dust issues and the varying, what would you call it? Like there's a lot of homes on hills or unflattened terrain on the east side in particular. And so, for example, my house, which is relatively flat, every time it rains, all of my neighbor's water is flowing into my backyard. That just happens to be the slope of our properties there, right? So that was one concern. Another concern was the fact that there's a lot of industrial property up against our homes that hasn't been cleaned. In particular, the rail yards. We're talking about acres and acres of soil contamination on the surface, and we're worried that every time the wind blows, it's blowing right into our neighborhoods, right? Anytime there's a major event. Yeah, that was primarily the drivers. Over those months and years, Dr. Jill Johnston, who was then at USC, who's now at UC Irvine, who also sits on the ETAG, was hearing all of these comments and was able to talk to us about applying for a research grant. And through that research grant, we were able to get the the machine to actually sample the soil. This is something that our community wanted for a decade, but we couldn't afford. But through this research grant, she was able to get one for her lab. And so that's how it came together. What we found, and we collected samples at hundreds of homes, both in the PIA that had already been cleaned up and homes outside the PIA that obviously were not being cleaned up. And the reason that we wanted to sample homes outside the PIA is because the results were showing that we didn't find the edge of where the lead is. At the perimeter of the PIA, the lead levels are still very high, which means right outside the PIA, we expected that we would find lead. And it's important to remember that when this cleanup started, the state only wanted to clean up 2 homes, 2 individual homes, right? And we pushed them to 48 homes, and then we pushed them to 219 homes, and then we pushed them now to what is over 10,000 homes. Every step of the way, kicking and screaming, right? What we were using was any available data to justify sampling more homes. At that point, what the state was using was essentially the motivation of limiting the state's liability, the state's financial responsibility for this cleanup. It wasn't about health, it wasn't about the environment, it was about finances, right? And so when we sampled those homes, we found a lot of residents who thought, no, we're safe. What are you talking about? We're not included in the cleanup area. There's nothing wrong out here. And of course, we found a lot of lead. And so of the homes that had already been cleaned up, of the samples that we took, 3/4 of the samples that we took were elevated levels of lead. That was homes that had already been cleaned up. When we went outside of the PIA, it was closer to 98% of the samples that we took that were above 80 parts per million, right? Some of them exceeding 600 parts per million, right? And so when we shared this information and we shared it with our community first, we had a community forum. Of course, we had already shared it with those who we had actually sampled their homes. There was an outcry for wanting to resample homes that had been cleaned up and expand the sampling area. Unfortunately, when we met with DTSC leadership at that time, which is not the DTSC leadership that we have now, luckily, they were quite disrespectful to Dr. Jill Johnston. In her own office, were disrespecting her, trying to discredit the research. And I was shocked, and I've experienced a lot in this excite process with DTSC, but it shocked me just how aggressive they were in attacking her. And of course, she was able to explain everything and show the credibility of the research. And over time, not a short period of time, but over time, there was a commitment by the agency to to do confirmation sampling for all of the homes moving forward, and to do some confirmation for sampling for homes going back. Similar to the original sampling, the original cleanup, they wanted to sample 2 homes, and then they wanted to sample 10 homes. And we asked our academic partners, we asked them, what would be a representative sample? What would be something that would be acceptable in academic research? And they said 10%. If you can sample 10% of homes, that's going to give us a credible idea for what generally is out there. And so we don't have that now. We've sampled about 5% of homes, and so we still hope there will be additional sampling. But unfortunately, even with those samples, we've found a refusal to share data. And it was interesting because I remember when we released our research to the public a couple of years ago, in the media, the DTSC representatives were saying that we were refusing to share data, that we were refusing to share our research with them. Even after we had this hours-long meeting breaking everything down, what they wanted was the addresses the addresses of the homes that we had sampled. And we refused. There was two reasons. One, to protect the integrity of the research. We weren't willing to expose identifying information of our research subjects, right? And then two, because we didn't want the agency to just go back and retest those homes and clean those homes and say, okay, everything is good again. What we want as a community is for every home to be retested because it should have happened in the first place, right? We want to be able to feel confident that our homes are not necessarily lead-free because lead is naturally occurring in soil, but that they're below 80 parts per million, right? That's where our desire comes from. And so what we were being told is that we would get the results towards the end of 2025. That's what we were hearing. And so towards that time, I started to bring forward that we wanted to see the data. We don't want to see a report when it's done. We don't want you to finish your analysis of why you're finding lead wherever you're finding it. We want to be part of the conversation. We want to be part of understanding, because when we were out knocking on doors, getting families to agree for their soil to be sampled, what we found time and time again was residents talking about how a full cleanup wasn't conducted at their homes, where there was areas that were supposed to get cleaned up that the contractors didn't touch. We were also hearing from cleanup workers who were being told by contractors to cut corners in order to achieve deadlines, artificially set by the contractors, not by DTSC, but really an effort to reduce hours, work hours, in order to increase profits. That's what was being perceived. And so workers were being told not to conduct the proper cleanup. Workers were being told to illegally dispose of contaminated soil or contaminated water, amongst other issues. And so we knew that, we suspect and have heard some stuff unofficially, that part of what's being found with DTSC's resampling is lead. And for us, we don't look at that as that's a DTSC problem. We look at that as that's all of ours problem. We're all invested in figuring that out. And so it should be a collective conversation. Where it becomes DTSC's problem is if they refuse to share the data and they try to explain it away. Now we got to fight over why there's lead there, right? And so we didn't get the data at the end of 2025, and we were told it will be ready for us in January. We didn't get it in January. They told us it would be ready in March. We didn't get it in March. Now they're saying we'll receive it in 2027. And so obviously that is unacceptable to us. And we understand there's some reasons that they've given around communicating with the residents before they release anything publicly, which of course in the e-tag, that isn't necessarily public when we're doing these, calls every other week. But understanding that we've asked for the data in aggregate. Don't give us identifying data, but just show us the data without identifying information, just so we can start to understand and begin the conversation on what is being found. Because if that doesn't happen, then there is no conversation, right? We're not looking to just point the finger at DTSC. We're looking to understand, why is there lead in the ground still at unacceptable levels, and what do we got to do about it? That's it. And so instead, what we've heard is trickling information over the last couple of months on, well, where there's trees, we don't want to disturb the roots, and where there's walls, we can't make the walls unstable. And we say, we understand that, but there's supposed to be hand excavation. There's not supposed to be just an abandonment of cleanup in those particular areas. And what we've been hearing from workers is that they haven't been instructed to do hand excavation. They've been instructed to just leave lead in place, which is unacceptable. The other thing we've been hearing is, while there's other sources of lead, and again, some of this starts to sound like what we heard 10 years ago that was trying to justify not cleaning up more than 2 homes. And so we understand that. We understand all of this. We've understood it for a long time. But again, we want to see the data. We want to be part of the conversation, and we want to be part of generating the solutions. And so if it hasn't been made clear, our demands are share the data, expand the sampling area, and there's also been calls for a new cleanup agency. I think part of our experience with DTSC over the years has been that DTSC isn't a cleanup agency. They're a regulatory agency, they're an enforcement agency, and the Exide cleanup has actually, I think, and from prior DTSC employees, has been harmful to the operations of DTSC. And so I think there's models out there that exist for us to establish local cleanup agencies. We have one here in the San Gabriel Valley that's dealing with groundwater contamination from multiple sources, and it covers multiple jurisdictions. And so those jurisdictions form a board for this local cleanup agency, and everything is much closer to the ground that I think allows for more transparency and more accountability. As far as expanding the sampling area, we would like that to go out to 4.5 miles, not the current 1.7 miles of the PIA. And that is informed by the fact that the LA Times was able to file a Public Records Act request from the State Department of Public Health and receive blood lead data for children in our communities that showed elevated levels of lead in blood up to 4.5 miles as compared to the rest of LA County. And so that, given what we see with the data that the state has given us where they haven't found the edge of the pollution, and then on top of that, our own research that we've been able to conduct, we think there is a case for expanding that sampling area. Again, we don't know what we're going to find if every home up to 4.5 miles you'll be able to properly recognize the extent of the contamination and really get a hold of what this true cleanup will look like. And I understand both of those demands will take time and take a lot of work, but what I think is probably relatively easy is the first demand of sharing the data. Sharing the data allows us to continue in conversation. If not, you know, these meetings every other Friday become more and more frustrating and less and less feeling like it's worthwhile. And we don't want to be in that place. We come forward in partnership. We come forward with wanting to generate solutions, not trying to just create a scene. And I imagine our DTSC friends would share that that's maybe what it's felt like, I hope. Not every meeting is a happy and hugs meeting, but every meeting I think ends with greater understanding and more determination to resolve issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will now open up the floor for public comments before we then go to board member questions and comments. So Sheena, please open up the floor.
Thank you, Chair Rickstraw. We will open the floor for public comments on this agenda item. For those in the room, please raise your hand and I will call on you individually.
Good morning. My name is Vanessa Vasquez, and I'm here on behalf of Communities for a Better Environment. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Exide update. Our communities want to know the results from the 100 properties that received retrospective sampling. We have been waiting for these results for months. It is concerning that the sampling results have been delayed for so long, and it's contributed to uncertainty and anxiety as to whether the cleanup is meeting its objectives. Our communities want to know that their families, friends, and neighbors who receive cleanup are safe. And our communities want peace of mind so that they can safely enjoy their homes after cleanup takes place. And if a significant percentage of the retrospective sampling results exceed state standards or if relevant patterns are identified, does DTSC have any next steps planned to address potential concerns? And will DTSC consider implementation of other soil cleanup methods beyond dig and haul at cleaned up properties that still have lead levels in excess of state standards? I recall that being mentioned briefly earlier today, and just a little bit more context as to what that might look like. And these are questions that we would like answered. And in addition to that, in regard to the Get the Lead Out study, it is concerning that there are sites that have been cleaned up that have lead in excess of the standards, and just we understand that the scale of cleanup was unprecedented, but so was the degree of contamination, and just the mess shouldn't have happened in the first place, and our communities shouldn't be stuck with such high levels of lead after cleanup. And separately, looking forward toward the future of the Exide site, we would like a community advisory board to be implemented that will allow impacted communities to have a say in this site's future use. Communities surrounding the Exide site are already environmentally overburdened, and residents don't want to see it turned into another polluting land use like heavy industrial or data centers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any additional in-person comments? Please make your way to the podium.
Hi again, Ivana Castellanos with Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. I want to uplift the urgent request for the timely delivery of the retrospective sampling results shared today and the call for data transparency. I think that's really important. And I think in talking about the retrospective sampling and just sampling in general, this is something that has come up at multiple sites in my time as an advocate, issues with sampling methodology, depth, locations, averaging of samples, and it's an area of frequent concern. And so I think we should really think about how we can learn from these situations and apply lessons learned, and maybe revisiting some of these policies and practices in order to strengthen them. When I think about where we are with Exide today, I think it is frankly thanks to the relentless advocacy of the community that has not let this go, that has mobilized. And I think the issues that we see, even under the spotlight and the scrutiny that Exide is under, are not necessarily unique issues, and these are issues that are happening at other sites that don't have that kind of public attention. And so I think figuring out how to learn from this example and to the benefit of all, I think would really be helpful. Also, I think DTSC should explore maybe something like bioremediation or other strategies and to use in combination with other methods where there's infrastructure that complicates excavation. We've been talking about bioremediation and how to advance it, and I think this is an example where it could be paired with other methods to advance cleanup goals and long-term outcomes. I did want to talk a little bit about TCE and PCE plumes, because I don't think lead is the only contaminant of concern potentially. And I mean, I think generally speaking, I think vapor intrusion is woefully undermeasured, and I suspect more widespread than is documented. And I think the state needs to take on a much more proactive approach to identify mechanisms to address contamination. Sorry, struggling here. And I just really invite us to reflect on how disastrous it can be when permitting and enforcement decisions lack foresight and fail to protect communities. When DTSC's enforcement efforts are meek and fail to fully utilize its authorities, fail to escalate appropriately and give facilities chance after chance, what headaches and heartache could have been avoided if we had been willing to be bold in order to prevent harm? And I think that's just a theme that I think we can reflect on for all of our collective work. Thank you.
Are there any additional comments? Please come up to the podium.
I'm Jenny Knack. I'm with Parents Against San Susanna Field Lab, and I guess the first thing I want to say is I'm so glad that you're here and that you're representing communities, because I guess I want to take my 3 minutes to use this as an opportunity to think of every situation that comes before you. There is a beginning point that starts at permitting, and this is the end point. And if we don't consider the implications of the decisions that we allow DTSC to make, this is where it always ends up, on the backs of the people. And my thought at the back of the room was, oh my gosh, every site needs an independent monitor. oh my gosh, every site needs community-driven science. Because if you look at the 3 presentations that were given, I think that there have been obvious improvements made, right? He's saying that the DTSC of now is not the DTSC of 10 years ago. And I think that we can all agree that there is progress being made. And to deny that would be silly and not productive. But if all we had was the first presentation, we do not have an accurate understanding of not only what is happening with the cleanup that's being done, but the extent of the contamination that people are being exposed to. Because the burden that is on DTSC, which I do not envy, and I've never even thought maybe it should be a different agency doing the cleanups. That never even occurred to me, because this is what we're dealing with, right? I understand why DTSC wants to put a limit on this is what we can do, this is what we can afford to do, this is what, you've got to box it in somewhere, right? But that isn't the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation is gravity, erosion, wind. You will probably see a sliding, the sliding scale of any, that you would see in any other bell curve, right? It's going to disperse as, distance goes through town. So, I don't know, is it going to be 5 miles? Is it going to be 10? Are we going to think about the mess that we don't want to clean up when we're handing out the permits? I'm just hoping that we can start to think about not just the action in front of us, but as we make decisions, what the end line is going to be. Because it's not just my site, it's not just their site, it's the whole state. And not everyone has people that have independent monitors or scientific analysts that can help them, or attorneys, or even the ability to understand how to read the data. But for God's sakes, please direct DTSC to give the people the data. Like, at the very basis, I think that I wish you were more transparent about the limitations of the agency. If you have reasons you don't want to give the data, I think we can all understand it. But hand it over and let's deal with it together, because it is a shared responsibility. And we all want to be a part of the solution. Thanks.
Are there any additional in-person comments? Seeing none in the room, those on Zoom, please raise your virtual hands if you would like to comment on this agenda item, the X-Site update. Seeing one hand, Amber, I'm going to send you a request to unmute. You may go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amber Rivera. I'm here also on behalf of Communities for a Better Environment. Thank you to the XI team for those updates. I'm looking forward to hearing more in our next working group, and the chance to comment on these updates. But yeah, so, there's over 6,000 parcels that have been cleaned up, but it seems like we're learning that cleanup can mean different things, right? And part of that's because of just being part of the working group and hearing those conversations, and also hearing our own members on the ground. And then, the latest study that came out, which honestly has been really insightful, but very disheartening to see that lead still exists in these homes for a variety of reasons, right? But the cleanup is I think what I'm seeing is that I'm more that the dig and haul, or dig and excavate, or like dig and dump, as some of us call it, the method is proving to not be effective in possibly addressing lead contamination. And I think at this point, if not already, these TSC should consider alternative remediation strategies that protect both the communities and the environment, right? Because we know that some of this contaminated soil just gets dumped to other environmental justice communities, and then they have to deal with all this contamination. But it's hard to have these conversations when there's sometimes just like a lack of transparency. And we've been at this already for, folks have been at this for years. And I agree with others that DTSC is not the same as it was before. Definitely big improvements, but there's always these little pauses, right? Where like, and I think given that there's it's almost 700 million, according to the presentation, being spent on this cleanup, I think it warrants a conversation like every time. So I agree with others have shared already. And the other thing I want to highlight quickly is that we're all thinking about the soil contamination, but I want folks to remember that, in the NPO, it's submitted based on the contaminated groundwater with TCE, which we know it's a it's a known carcinogen, like it could be carcinogenous. And I just wanted to ask, like, what is the state doing to ensure that that contamination isn't spreading or causing vapor intrusion risk to community members, right? CalPA has been doing working groups on vapor intrusion, and we learned that it's a pretty big issue, especially for incompatible land uses areas like Southeast LA, where there's a lot of industry right next door, right? Lastly, I would share that maybe DTSC should look into their cover letter policies in terms of sampling report backs for community members. They should just be accessible, easy to navigate. That way folks can know the status of their soil very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any additional Zoom comments? Seeing no additional hands raised, Mark, thank you for letting me know that there are no comments in the Spanish room. Chair Rakestraw, that concludes this public comment period.
Thank you so much, Sheena, and thank you to the presenters and those who submitted public comments. So now is the chance for the board to ask questions, to make any comments, requests for follow-up. There's no specific board action that we're taking today. We're not voting on anything. This is an informational item. But given the critical importance of this issue for the formation of this board, the Exide tragedy, of course, really led to the calls for SB 158. I want to make sure that we have a sufficient time and space for the board members to ask questions. So who wants to kick us off? Member Brostrom, please.
Okay. I'll start with the easier ones, which is pretty straightforward. So for DTSC's presentation, you mentioned that the footprint of the facility itself, there was soil vapor extraction. Obviously, that's not for lead, so I was wondering what kind of vapor is beneath that site, and then also, if it's beneath the site, how has that been reflected in some of the residential areas for testing?
Great question. So we have a pilot study, SVE. It is for the TCE. It is towards the corner or boundary of the property. There's no residential property nearby. And I don't have a lot of extra details. We started it in January. Be happy to report back out on more details about that. Right now, we have no evidence or information to suggest that there's vapor intrusion into residential properties, but we are continuing to investigate.
PCE, TCE would be the vapor?
I think it's just TCE.
TCE. The other question I had was, kind of listening to the limitations of the excavation approach to the 18 inches. We talked earlier today about bioremediation, phytoremediation, and so I am wondering, has that been explored? Could that be a complementary strategy, particularly if we are seeing, residual or maybe recontamination of the site that simple excavation isn't fully remediating the sites to the cleanup levels?
I'm going to be super honest. I have not personally been involved in a conversation about bioremediation, but listening to the comments today, as well as their question, obviously it's a conversation we need to welcome and consider. So I'm sorry, I don't have a better answer for you right now.
Oh, that's fine. And Mark, I'm very interested in your perspective on that as well.
Great.
Yeah, so early on in the cleanup process, there was lots of conversations on different possible methods. At one point, there was even ideas about extracting the lead from the soil and selling it to fundraise to do the cleanup. But there's too much clay in the soil, so it actually binds with the lead, I guess, and makes it harder to extract in any profitable way. As far as bioremediation, it's something we have looked at. There's been community conversations about it for years. But largely, when dealing with heavy metals, folks are thinking about it as if it would change the chemical compound, and it doesn't. The heavy metal gets deposited in the fibers and in the plant material, And so then you still need to dispose of that plant material. And so there's been great research that's done showing how effective it is at removing lead from soil. But some of those folks have that plant material in their lab after years of studies because they don't necessarily know what to do with it, right? So it's not a complete solution. It sounds great and like would be great if it was a complete solution, but it's not. And so we've been cautious with promoting that to community members because then it requires disturbing the soil to actually plant the plants that will create that. And if it's not in a controlled situation, you're basically creating another pathway of exposure. And most folks will end up putting that plant material in their green disposal, which then distributes that lead out through the compost program, through the county or the cities that it's with. And so I think there are some possibilities if it's handled responsibly, but it isn't kind of like a magic wand to resolve the issue. And even if we do it in a DIY fashion, there's other potential harms that come with proceeding with that.
And then back to DTSC. So this conversation has been, really informative, and I think actually having multi-stakeholders present to us has been really helpful, and I encourage us to continue this type of format. So I wanted to ask you directly, the data that has been requested from the community sounds like it was initially promised last year, then this year, and now 2027. Why 2027?
So we're going to start rolling out the data on a property by property basis, but we're not going to be able to have all the aggregate data available until later in this calendar year. So I understand the request, but some of the data is still with our contractors. Still, some of the reports and sampling that has happened, we haven't gotten that from our contractor that did the sampling on these individual properties. So there is a delay to get the aggregate data. But as we start getting on property by property, we post those reports online. They'll be redacted from personal information will be redacted, but they will be publicly available for everyone. The letters of completion from the previous responses are equally available online. So we will be sharing all of our data. There's going to be a lag on getting aggregate data, but we will start releasing things in batches to the different property owners, and those reports will be placed in a publicly available location.
Thanks. And then I think there was mention of this report that came out. I just saw news of it just recently, so I'm guessing this data has been out there for a while, but I think for the public, it's new to me. So wondering what your response was to this new report out of UC Irvine and Jill Johnston. Just what's your reflections on what is the takeaway from this report and what DTSC is taking from it?
So as a whole, we support community science. The data metrics that were used for the report aren't the exact same data metrics that we use or have used, but it's very interesting. There was a lot of great information that was taken outside of the PIA area that we don't necessarily have a corollary for. I guess my long answer is that I'm looking forward to talking to them more to understand what their data is so that we can learn from each other. We want to do quality response work. We want to protect human health and the environment. If there's information and data they have that could help us improve, we want to talk to them about that. So I've already talked to Mr. Lopez, and I think they will be open to having a conversation. We just haven't sat down to have that conversation yet.
And then I was interested when you first pulled up the map. It was apparent to me that it seemed like there was a little bit of patchworkness to the cleanup area. Like there seemed like there was a whole section, outside of that didn't have a cleanup. I was wondering if you can explain why certain areas were excluded from the cleanup.
We did not do cleanup in industrial commercial areas.
So the area, I'm sorry, my directions are a little backward.
Okay.
but on the map, it's to the bottom.
So the facility is located in a commercial industrial area. So there's not residential properties directly next to it. So I think that's what you're referring to, that uncolored area.
Yeah, colored. So that's industrial.
Correct.
I had some questions for the third-party monitor. I think one of the commenters, noted that this could be a good precedent in order to have a third-party monitor, especially when there's some, trust issues.
Mhm.
I was curious, in looking at your data, it didn't look like you were responsible for levels, and you weren't. Is there a reason? Was there a request for you to provide that role as well?
No, there wasn't a request for us to provide that, to actually conduct that sampling. And frankly, I think that might have had more to do with contracting issues than anything else. And but so no, we're looking at the process, and we don't have any direct way to evaluate quantitatively the post remediation conditions. I will say, if I might comment on the Johnston paper. I've read that paper very carefully. I know Dr. Johnston. I obviously know Mark. I believe that paper. I mean, that paper is extremely well written and credible. I think one half of that I can explain, in my own opinion, pretty easily, which is the part about lead levels beyond the 1.7 mile radius. I think that's just the way it is. I and others on ETAG have spoken out repeatedly that the 1.7 mile radius is not particularly defended scientifically. And I think the second part of that talks about elevated levels measured in post-remediation homes within the PIA is something that, Ms. Berg has offered up, a willingness for DTSC to talk more about that. I would say that there's an urgent need to figure out what's going on there, because I can't really explain those findings. I believe them, but I can't really explain those findings, although we all recognize that that sampling was conducted on homes that were cleaned up by prior contractors. But I would say that there's really an urgent need to collaborate and understand what that data means.
Thank you. I'll pause. I got a lot more, but I'll pause because.
Well, thank you. I would agree again with my colleague that this is an incredible presentation, and all the parties here helps us to connect some dots, I think. I think I'm going to go back to Ms. Berg at DTSC, and I wanted to, just to follow up on one question. So when will the aggregate data actually be available? Is that 2027 date when it will be available to all of us?
The last of the reports won't be done till the end of the calendar year right now.
Okay.
We'll try to expedite. I hear the immediacy from folks, but yeah, but until we finish the individual site reports, we won't have the aggregate data to look at and do trends analysis. I think that's the kind of information that folks are also interested in.
And to be clear, we will get it at pretty much the same time. It will be available to the community, to the BES
Yes.
board. Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get that. And if I go back to slide 3 and I look at the preliminary investigation area, and I saw a note on the next page that there were 593 remaining access agreements. Does that mean that 593 sites you haven't had the ability to access yet?
That's correct.
And are those sites all over the map area from Boyle Heights to Bell Garden? Are they scattered all over?
They're scattered within those communities, those
Okay.
residential communities I named, yes.
Okay. I appreciate the work with the trades, particularly as it relates to working within their communities. And certainly yesterday, Vice Chair mentioned, well, maybe it was earlier today, training requirements, but to hear further in comments from, I'm sorry, Mr. Gomez, not Lopez, Gomez, Lopez. I want to be sure and get it right. I'm going to see you many times, I'm sure. When I hear comments about contractors, it's not unheard of that I've heard it from labor groups as well, that contractors cut corners. I want to know from DTSC, how do you monitor such things? Do you get complaints from workers, maybe from communities, and what's the remedy for that? Maybe if you can share with me.
Sure. So we have a hotline right now. We also have an online reporting system. Whenever we hear a report of something, whether it comes from a worker or whether it comes from a community member, we follow up on it in real time. We have a whole unit of folks who live near the communities that we do this response work for. We have community involvement folks as well. So as we get these reports in, we try to respond to them in real time to see what's going on and correct it. As this response has gone on, our infrastructure and capacity to respond more quickly has increased as the need has become more obvious.
Thank you. On parkways, thank you for that extensive oversight or overview of parkways. Streets have been redone as well, or does asphalt?
No asphalt, no streets. We didn't clean or repave streets. No.
Okay. Is there an environmental need to take a look at that? What's the best practice when it comes to curbs, gutters, and streets adjacent to the parkways? And I know parkways have grass, many of them dirt.
I don't know that there's actually any sampling of the roadways. I imagine that if there's dust involved, that probably it was already discharged through stormwater conveyances. But I honestly have to go back and see if there's any examination of roadways.
As those cities, having come out of local government long ago, as those small cities repave and resurface and rebuild streets, is there a process whereby they have to go through and understand what's happened in this extensive area to maybe do that differently? Because those workers could be, I mean, street workers, contractors that redo streets, sidewalks, curbs, gutters could be at risk as well in this preliminary area.
I honestly will have to go back and look into that. I hear your question, and I don't know if we have previously looked into that, so I don't want to speak out of turn, but thank you so much for the question. I will be back in touch with that.
Thank you. I just think about all the connected dots.
Yeah.
Let me see if I have another question. Sorry, it is a lot, and it's all incredibly important and interesting.
And yes, and very hard and very important.
When you referenced the 100 to 150 page report, were you referencing the Jill Johnston report when you started your comments?
No. For each property, as we're finishing each cleanup, there's something we call a letter of completion. But basically, it is a report that we give to the property owner that outlines everything that was done and the sampling data and if there was anything left at the property and where it's located. So those letters of completion are available online. Now, as we're doing the retrospective and verification sampling, we're creating a different report for each property that we will provide to each property owner, and those will also be available online. And then the third one was the one that Dr. Johnstone created, and that is a scientific journal report that is, I think that's been made available to the board.
Okay, thank you. I'll go through board staff to ask. And thank you so much. Appreciate it. May I ask, Chip, I'm going to massacre your last name, so Paulinelli, thank you. When I looked at the report and the steps that you went through, can I ask at the end of this process, once headquarters makes a determination, does the state of California then have access to resources to help with this cleanup, or, what happens then?
So if it does final rule, we take on the facility. And the way I look at it is you facility or the source of the contamination and you define the boundary. So our first objective will be to use all the extensive data that DTSC's already collected. And that's what I was referring to when we do our initial assessment of the site and get to a remedy decision. We have extreme amounts of data that DTSC's already collected. So it increases the speed at which we can come to a remedy decision and determine the extent. And when I said we have some data gaps, we know there's some burial pits that are beyond the fence line of Exide. We want to define the extent, but DTSC has done an incredible job giving us lateral, so the depth extent, and the horizontal extent of contamination within the facility itself. So what listing brings is the resources of the federal government to take on the cleanup of the source itself.
Okay.
We know there's contamination of lead at depth, that the soil is unstable in regards to the contamination and the ability to migrate to groundwater. And then as we were talking about the TCE contamination at the site, which was the basis of our scoring, is in the soil. And we would start to build on what DTSC has done with their pilot study, their soil vapor extraction system.
Okay, thank you so much for explaining that. And then final question, I don't know that there's an answer, it's just putting it out there for now. At what point, and I'm very mindful of how much in terms of money and resources and how you are making that work each calendar year to continue to do this really important work. If we were to take up the prospect of extending past 1.7 miles, I just at some point would like to understand what process we would go through to extend it in any way, shape, or form for consideration. I just want to put that out there. I don't know that there's the ability to have a conversation about that today, but it obviously is critically on the minds of the community. And I can appreciate that and think we should. Mr. Chair, can I entertain a comment from Mr. Lopez, please?
Yeah, so this is something that we thought about some years back, given that a big part of the reason why there's funding is because of the legislature and because of the governor, right? And quite frankly, from a community perspective, we didn't want to always have to be in the good graces of the legislature and the governor to receive funding for this cleanup. And so some years back, there was the battery fee bill that was approved and later modified. And so a lot of the resources this year in particular are coming from that source, right? And it is only a fraction of what is required when you purchase tires, for example, right? And so I think there is an opportunity to potentially increase that battery fee, right? When you go buy a new car or when you go and change out your car battery, to increase that fee and for that to be a sustaining revenue stream for this cleanup over an extended period of time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I certainly know DTSC needs a continuing revenue stream for all kinds of areas of great need, but thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Member Atkins. Member Williams, please.
Thank you. I'd like to revisit the data discussion, if I may, and just get a better understanding of the nature of the delay. Is that delay with receiving data from the contractor, or is it at the department being analyzed and organized? Where is the delay?
Okay, sure. So we started taking samples facility or site by site starting in April. and that continued until February. So some of the sites where we took the verification sampling on were also sites where we were actually doing the cleanup. So we did the cleanup and then we did the verification sampling. So as we're able to get the reports from the contractor, so the sampling has to go to the lab has to do their work, and then we get it and we're QAQCing it. So right now we have a good handful. By handful, I don't know, a couple of dozen that we're ready to release out. And we're working with the working group on a cover letter to make sure that we're making it something that is absorbable by the community member. And then once we get that resolved, we're going to start rolling them out as they're ready. The one that's the biggest delay are the ones where we did the cleanup, say December, January, February, with also the verification sampling, because they're putting together two reports and they're two different contractors, because the second contractor is overseeing the first contractor. And so there are some delays in that way as well. Now, am I unhappy about how long this is taking? I'm immensely unhappy about how long this is taking. We want to get it out much more quickly, but there is a QA/QC and so there is more of a delay than is desirable.
And where in the process is that delay occurring?
Well, I think it's the whole thing.
Okay. So between the contractor collecting the issues created around doing this simultaneously with cleanup.
Right. So
results from labs, I know they can take a while as well. So cool.
Yes. So we can also look back. So we started taking the samples in April. At that point in time, we were also doing the parkways and residential properties. So we had the same sampling labs that process all the data that we're collecting. So at that point in time, we were prioritizing the cleanup over the verification retrospective sampling. We changed that prioritization at the turn of this calendar year. So that was probably in and of itself a delay, because we prioritized cleanup over the verification. So that was one thing that happened that we hopefully have corrected now, and now we're playing catch up.
Understood. And I mean, I know this from the post fire cleanup in Altadena and Pacific Palisades that the laboratory capacity is limited as well. And I'm assuming that's a contributing factor with all the additional sampling that came online from that disaster.
Yes.
Yeah. So in terms of looking forward, and I know offering sort of hard commitments is very difficult in an environment where you're relying on contractors and laboratories and a lot of information that is outside of DTSC's control. 2027 is 12 months of potential time. Is there a particular quarter or a month in which the goal, obviously, again, a lot of external factors I appreciate is somewhat out of your control. So the goal is first quarter of 2027, January. What are you looking at?
That's the goal.
First quarter?
Yes, that's the goal.
Okay.
I really want to make the goal.
I know. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anything, Vice Chair? I have a few questions myself. And there are two, I think, different individuals. I guess maybe I'm starting, Chip, with you from EPA perspective. I was wondering, so if, like, let's assume that the NPL listing does in fact go through, does that then give EPA authority at all on anything off-site, or is it really just the actual site itself? Does that give any resources for cleaning up any of the properties that we're talking about or the parkways, or really just talking about the actual facility?
We're talking about it, because it's a process, we list the site. So we characterize the site, we continue to chase the contamination and the attribution or connection to the site to offsite. So we really can't say that right now, because we list the facility and we continue to chase the contamination. So we just would have to wait to see first if it does list, and then secondly, how far the contamination that we can attribute to the operations of Exide would lead us off-site.
Thanks. And Rami, so the actual contamination that you're looking at is exclusively TCE, or will you also be looking at lead?
We would be looking at a multitude of compounds. So one, we know there's lead. We know there's the burial pits that were a part of the operation. We know there's other metals that are associated with the operations. We'd be looking at not only TC, but any other volatile contaminants that were in the soil. So that's a part of the characterization, is we look at all contaminants that exceed the screening levels, and we chase those. So that's a part of the data that we'll be using from DTSC, and that's so beneficial to us to making progress on the site.
Thanks. And then maybe last question for you. So, I mean, to me, it continues to be crazy that the taxpayers of California have to be the ones paying for this as opposed to the facility. And I know that there was a history of litigation and the facility declared bankruptcy and all of that. But does the NPL listing give you additional, or would it give you additional legal avenues to go after the responsible parties here?
Yeah, if the site list, absolutely. It brings the resources of the federal government and our ability to what is fundamental in Superfund, the polluter pays. And that's really our first avenue, is to the cleanup, to go after the polluters, and the cleanup is paid for that, versus using the Superfund funds for sites where we don't have a viable party.
Thanks so much. And then I had another question. I'm not really sure who to direct it to. It might be Jim. So I mean, this is certainly not the first time that we have, that within our country that we're cleaning up sites contaminated with lead. I mean, what have you seen in looking at other types of cleanups? I mean, is this the norm, that the type, this independent sampling that went out, this Get the Lead Out study, is that how much of an aberration is that? If you look across the country, are we successfully cleaning up properties, or is this what appears to be a generally unsuccessful, at least in part, effort, kind of par for the course?
Ooh, that's a tough question. There have been other really big residential lead cleanups. Omaha is one that comes to mind. There's a big one down in Texas. And I think it's probably fair to say that overall, there has been less than stellar follow-up in terms of validating the actual effectiveness of the cleanup. Part of this may be because of who takes on these huge projects. They're almost inevitably taken on by a federal or state agency. And I'm in a kind of an interesting position of being on both sides of this question, because outside of this project, DTSC on some of our projects is our regulator. And I can tell you that they would make me collect plenty of confirmation samples. And if I told them it was going to take me a year to get them the data, they wouldn't like that.
Thanks so much. Those are all of my questions. So why don't we go for just a couple more minutes, Member Brostrom, and then we should move on to the next item.
Yeah, so just kind of two themes here. First, I think that we heard very clearly there was 2 requests from the community. So more sharing of data and expanding kind of the cleanup area. Given that there's some existing data already, I mean, I guess my request would be to have DTSC share what it can with the community, even before it gets the total aggregate amount. So I'm just wondering, as we're trying to, provide recommendations to DTSC, I would encourage you all, and maybe I would, ask maybe for a report back on assessing what you can provide to the community and share information, because it does sound like there has been some sharing from the community to DTSC, And so really trying to foster more transparency and shared information. And it does also occur to me for the second request that it seems likely that the boundary will need to be expanded, given the data that we do have. And so just, to DTSC, what would you need? Like, I mean, in terms of we have to be forward-looking in terms of funding mechanisms and whatnot, that seem likely in this case. And so I guess the question would be, what kind of funding or other resources would DTSC require to expand that area and potentially do further cleanup even at the existing sites?
I'd be happy to report back. I don't have a off the hand answer to the second question. Your first question and recommendation, I'm taking that on 100%. So we'll see what we can do.
And then my second theme is actually for Mr. Lopez. So X-Side has done things a little differently. You have the advisory group, you have a third-party monitor. I was actually interested from your perspective, what can be taken away positively, because there's a lot of other communities that have looked at X-Side as a potential positive example with some of these different tools. So I was wondering if there were any lessons that you take away that was actually positive that we might want to assess for other sites.
Yeah, I think number one would be the formation of the E-tag. I think the consistency of communication, of course, the agency staff have to be receptive, and that has improved over time. Sometimes there's regression, but generally it's improved over time. I think that's been critical, right? I think I was I was just talking to my wife this morning, and I was like, I hope I don't have to trip today. And she was like, I don't think anybody at DTSC has actually seen you trip, like for reals, like really get mad. And I was like, yeah, I think that's true. I think that's true. Because I want to be as productive as possible to serve my community in this role, right? I am very angry. I am very frustrated, even with some of the responses here today. But at the end of the day, it's not just about my ego and how I feel. It's about serving my community, right? And so I think consistent communication allows for there to be productive conversation versus an annual or every so often public meeting where then we got to come and make the noise and cause the scene and all of that to try to get attention. And so it does feel like there's a lot of attention to the matter, which I think is good. I think a second thing would be the work program, the workforce development program. That is a demand that came from the community to do local hire, which of course requires workforce development. And it's been incredible. It's changed people's lives in our communities. And so those who are directly affected, directly getting benefits, what more could you ask for, right? You're giving folks union careers. And so that's been incredibly important. We've also were able to impact the ability to hire folks who have records. Initially, the response we got was no, those people cannot be included in the programs because these contractors go in and they clean military sites. And so they wouldn't be allowed on those work sites. And our response was, they're going to be cleaning our community for a long time. They don't got to go to no military sites. They're going to be right here, right? And so the willingness to bring folks on who traditionally would not be allowed has been incredible. And I think the other side of that has also meant that those residents who are out there doing the cleanup work are the ones who are talking to us. It's not the contract workers, the workers that the contracts take to every project they have. It's the community workers, and they're giving us insight. They're giving the third-party monitor insight into what's actually happening. There's limitations, right? We can talk about dozens, if not hundreds of examples of where there's been corrective measures in the field that nobody ever needs to hear about because it was corrected in the field. But at the same time, there's situations where the workers don't speak out, where they're fearful. And the last time we were in this room for a BES meeting, some of that was being discussed, where there's retaliation. And we've seen that time and time again. And so workers will call me and tell me what happened. And I said, okay, are you willing to talk to somebody at DTSC about it? Are you willing to share your name? Right? Are you willing to tell us which crew it was? Are you willing, what home it was? And that's where they get afraid, because they've seen their coworkers get fired. I mean, it happened just before the end of 2025. We had a worker who had just had enough and refused to illegally dispose of contaminated water. And so his site supervisor, said a lot of inappropriate things and then made somebody else do it, or maybe he did it, but it was disposed of improperly. And a grievance was filed, and he's no longer working on the cleanup, right? And there is a big reduction in the amount of crews. It's maybe half or less than half that are working this year as compared to last year. But it's in those types of moments that the contractors utilize that as an opportunity to get rid of difficult workers. The difficult workers being those who refuse to not abide by the cleanup plan, those who speak out for worker health and safety and for doing the cleanup right. We've seen that time and time again, unfortunately. And so I think there's still some room for growth in that regard, but the third-party monitor has been tremendously helpful. There are limitations to that as well. They're not out there on every cleanup site every day of the week, right? They have limited resources and limited size crew who's jumping around to other sites. So the contractors will act right when they're on site, and then they return to old habits when they're off site. And that's what we've heard from workers as well, right? But at the very least, there is some admission then from the contractors to the cleanup crews that they're doing things the wrong way. Right. And I think that gives a little bit of space for some of the workers to push back, because the local cleanup workers, they're properly trained, right? They've gone through the certifications and know what to do right. And so they know they're being told to do the wrong thing. But some of the other workers that are brought in by the contractors, they just do construction. They don't do environmental cleanup. And so they don't even know that they're doing things the wrong way. They're just like, well, this is how you do stuff. So even at that, there's opportunities that have been taken advantage of to be able to share out, while this is actually the proper way to do some of this stuff. So I think those are some of the biggest lessons. And then our academic partnerships, of course, have been incredible. And so in other communities, right, we have academic institutions up and down the state. I just spoke at UC Berkeley last week, and then had meetings with professors there who are like, how do we effectively do community partnership, right? And I'm just like, invite community leaders to some coffee, to lunch, and start to build a relationship, right? Don't come just with a proposal. Don't come with something for them to do, for them to sign on to or become part of, right? But like, start to build those relationships. And I think, going back to the first point, it's our ability to build genuine relationships with everybody involved in this that I think allows us to get things done, right? And we've seen DTSC staff who take things really personally, and it's not productive. We've seen DTSC staff who can take criticism and try to find the opportunity in that, and that is the most productive.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the presenters. Really, really appreciate that. And I agree with Member Brostrom. I thought this was a really good format to be able to hear from a range of different perspectives. Okay, so board, we have probably, I would say, about 45 minutes more of items. Do we want to take a quick 10-minute break, or power through and wrap up? Power through. Okay, great. All right, so we are actually just right on time now for our item number 6, which is public forum. So I'd like to now invite all of our participants to comment on items that are not on the board's agenda for the board's future consideration. This board staff will record any action items and report back on these items at a future board meeting. BES staff will also share items with the DTSC leadership team. So Sheena, please open up the floor for public forum.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We will now open the floor for public forum for items not on the agenda. And as a reminder, you can always submit your comments to us at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. Starting with our in-person participants, those that would like to comment for public forum, please raise your hands and you can approach the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Vasquez, and I'm here today on behalf of Communities for a Better Environment. In light of the recent changes to the makeup of this board, I just wanted to remind that it is of the utmost importance that you take seriously your role of representing the general public interest, protecting public health, and reducing risk of toxic exposure in disproportionately burdened and vulnerable communities. We cannot have this board acting in a manner that is antithetical to its role to improve transparency and accountability. When there is an outpouring of community concern on matters like the hazardous waste management plan, it is this board's job to listen and to represent the interest of communities most impacted. We ask that you take your job seriously and please accurately represent what communities want and need. Thank you.
Are there any additional in-person comments for public forum? Please make your way to the podium.
Hi, Ivana again with Ivana Castellanos, Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. I think there were a couple of things that I wanted to bring up today. One was around just the policies and the practices around recusals for permit appeal processes. Not speaking specifically to Board Member Brostrom's recusal from the Fibrotech appeal, but I think the language that exists is pretty vague. And so I think developing something a little bit more fleshed out as to how we're defining some of these concepts, I think would be really useful. A concern that I have is obviously it's very helpful to have the perspective of someone who has been in touch with communities, that has been an environmental justice advocate to provide a lens to this board. And so if that same experience that makes them helpful to the board is going to limit their ability to participate on that board, I think that's a very big concern that I have. And so I'd like to see a little bit more fleshed out and in a transparent way so that the public has an understanding of how that works and why there may be a recusal in certain cases. The second piece that I wanted to bring up today, I attended, I think it was mentioned earlier today, the Los Angeles Environmental Justice Enforcement Symposium. It was hosted by, I think it was like the LAMO Action Committee, Cynthia Babich, and Rabina, California Safe Schools or something like that. Sorry if I'm forgetting that. But they had, I think it's Dan Wright from the Attorney General's office speaking about the Jordan High School and Atlas Metals. And I thought it was very illuminating to hear him talk about his experience in his investigation and the Attorney General's investigation of that, and just the mountain of evidence that already existed, that DTSC already had. And so I think that might be another case where it might be beneficial to go back and to look, if there was this mountain of evidence, why did it not escalate through the regulatory process? Like, why did it take having to go to the Attorney General's office before something was done about it? And I think there were also some issues around just ways that DTSC could have been more helpful in that investigation, that it wasn't. I think having folks like not participate in sampling, like not really tracking some of the, like what they should be looking out for on inspections related to the case, that I think communication could have been improved. So I found that concerning, and I think, I don't know if the board would be interested in maybe having some members meet with him or bringing him to a board meeting to talk about that experience, because I found it useful. And also I think there's additional work that needs to be done to ensure that that school is safe for kids. And I'd like to see more attention to that. Thank you.
Are there any additional comments? You may make your way to the podium.
Gosh, are you guys all worn out? I'm just emotionally exhausted right now. My name is Jenny Knack, Parents Against with SSFL, and I thought today I would try to introduce myself and our site and our issues to the board, but I'm worried that you're just going to be completely overwhelmed from everything we've heard today. So what I'm going to try to do is just give a couple little tiny tidbits of information. Our site is nuclearly and chemically contaminated. We had a partial meltdown in '59. That was hidden from the public until the '80s, till UCLA leaked it to the press. We've had generations of advocates, both NGOs, community advocates, attempting to get cleanup agreements at the site. We had one in 2027 where Boeing, DOE, and NASA all signed. In 2010, NASA and DOE agreed to do a cleanup to background. They're both currently trying to get out of it. Boeing's cleanup for their parcel, which is 80% of the site, was slated to start this summer. Now it's slated to start this winter. And we haven't seen the finalized documents yet, the final plans of how they're going to do what they've agreed to do, but what we have seen are some very concerning issues that I will be sharing with you in the months to come as we advocate for the execution of the safest cleanup that we can possibly get. And we are hoping to work closely with Katie and Dan to make improvements where they need to be. But what I want to give to you is Boeing's data. Boeing has areas on their parcel where they have released information that says that if a person were to live on specific areas of the site, 96 out of 100, if they eated the produce grown there, would get cancer. That's Boeing's data. That's not separate data. Boeing will also tell you, and they have released in the more recent documents, that there's no pathway for migration of contamination to reach people off-site. That conflicts with the most recent data from the Water Board sister agency under the same EPA umbrella, where they're saying Boeing could have been fined at least $20 million for the last 2 years of stormwater exceedances. That's a lot of money. There are a lot of exceedances. Every rainy season, contamination is coming off-site. Ever since that permit has been in existence with the Water Board, we have exceedances. Contamination is coming off-site. ASTDR study, UCLA study showing a 60% higher cancer incidence rate between 2 and 5 miles from the site for certain rare cancers. Contamination's getting off-site. We wish that DTSC would not allow the publishing of, anything other than the full scope of the truth, because data exists. But it's nice to meet you, and I'm sorry I didn't say that yesterday, and welcome to the board. You've got your work cut out for you.
Are there any additional in-person comments? Seeing none in person, for those joining us on Zoom, please raise your virtual hands if you would like to comment for today's public forum for items not on the agenda. I see 2 hands raised. D.H. McKee, I'm going to send you a request to unmute. You may go ahead.
I'm Duncan McKee, and this is for things not on the agenda. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I was going to comment on not fingerprinting and doing solubility testing at Exide, but I'll move on to what I intended on commenting on, and that is I really am disappointed in the procedure on the appeal process. In 2005, I was the only one without an attorney to appeal the Quemetco permit, and my appeal was granted. I'm looking at a letter to Quemetco signed by the Deputy Director of Hazardous Waste Management Program, Watson Jin. I notice Orchid Kui is actually on this meeting. She's copied in this letter. And there were points that I raised that needed to be raised and they needed to be corrected. And this current permit is the same way. There's a lot of problems with it, to say. I'll leave it at that, but so I don't get into the details. But you've not been transparent. You've excluded the average citizen from being able to participate in the process. If you don't have a lawyer, and I've been reading through like Matt Williams, he's a brilliant attorney, and so is Angela Johnson Mazzaros, even more brilliant from my perspective. And it's just wrong to exclude people. You've excluded people that just moved into the neighborhood and you're telling them not to participate. I've withdrawn my appeal because it's virtually impossible to keep up with all the changes. You passed the standing order 4 days before the final permit was released that benefits Quemetco and inhibits the public's ability to be able to participate in the process, and it's wrong. Okay, so I'm not sure what else to say about it, but it's not the last you've heard from me about it. You have no provisions to appoint attorneys for people that want to participate. You are, in my opinion, in violation of Americans with Disabilities Act and keeping people, elderly people and disabled people, from being able to participate in your process. And it's just wrong. And I'll leave it at that. But you need to know it. And I just hope you do something to correct it. Thank you.
Next commenter, Philip Chandler. I'm going to send you a request to unmute. You may go ahead.
Is that correct? I do have that problem. I wanted to thank Board Member Atkins for asking the question about surface streets. I'm a former DTSC employee, retired, and I had requested that Quemetco at the time sample the streets. They can do it with XRF around their facility. Sacramento decided that that wasn't to be the case, and they changed, of course, this work plan. This is like 2015. So I was very pleased to hear Board Member Atkins discuss that and worry about the workers that then would be ripping the street up, and they do it by grinding the street, and it kicks a lot of dust in the air and so on and so forth. My experience at Exide, I had responsibility there at one time, was taking something like 600 pounds of lead-bearing material off a roof adjacent to the facility. But despite our best efforts to clean it up, there was a corner of that building that still wound up with, I think it was 9,000 milligram per kilogram, something like that. Apparently the lead may, we'll leave it at that, may embed itself in heated petroleum products. So heat up a road in the middle of the summer and drop a little lead on it from the airborne deposition, and it may stay there. It doesn't stay as a dust necessarily. It'll actually embed in the petroleum product. That appears to happen with the roof. So I would ask that Board Member Atkins take a look at the department with regard to roofing, because the roofers who pull a roof off to re-roof would also be exposed to any embedded lead. Second item, since you're talking with Mr. Polinelli about perhaps having the property, having the site listed, you might ask him what the cleanup numbers would be for EPA. The lead cleanup numbers, my recollection, they were very high. It was close to 400 ppm, as opposed to what DTSC is attempting to do, which is 80 ppm. So there's going to be a disconnect, perhaps, if the US EPA winds up being responsible for lead cleanups offsite. any rate, thank you for the opportunity to talk. And again, thanks to Board Member Atkins. Bye. Thank you.
Are there any additional Zoom commenters for the public forum? Last call. Seeing no additional hands raised, interpreters, please let me know if there are any comments in the Spanish room. And you already have. Thank you, Mark. Chair Rakestraw, that concludes public forum for today.
Thank you very much, Sheena, and thank you so much to the members of the public for the comments. I think just a couple quick reflections for me. I think, Greg, we might want to do a briefing on recusals as part of the EO report at our next meeting. I do think more transparency around that could certainly be useful. And then just to emphasize to those who commented that the board members are available and eager. I think I probably can speak for the board to take meetings between these more formal board meetings. And I think that's oftentimes the best way to have a deeper conversations. And so we have subcommittees and working groups dedicated to specific issues kind of for exactly that reason. So, we can really make sure that our board members are receiving sufficient information so that they can take decisions and then pass that on to DTSC if needed as well. So I'll just end with that. Thank you again. So we're now going to move on to some of our closing items. Item number 8, which is the review, discussion, and possible approval of the minutes from our February board meeting. So those minutes are contained within the board member packets. Is there any discussion that a board member would like to have on those February board meeting minutes? And if not, is there a motion?
Chair Rakestraw, I move that we approve the minutes for the February 5th meeting.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion, and can I maybe correct the motion? I think it's the 5th and 6th. So we have a motion to approve the February 5th and 6th, 2026 meeting minutes, and we have a second. So Sheena, can you please call a vote?
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. All those in favor, please vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing 2. Chair Rakestraw, that motion passes with 3 ayes and 2 abstentions.
Thank you very much. So we're now on to agenda item number 9, which is the review of the action items for this meeting. So I'll ask Vice Chair Hacker to please review the action items from yesterday and today's meeting. And then our executive officer had to depart, so I'll ask Lauren if there's anything that she would like to add after Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker reports.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Yesterday, we established a quorum at 11:31. Agenda item 3, the initial order for FiberTech was adopted 4-0 by the board. We reestablished a quorum in the afternoon and adjourned at 2:58. So I'm not capturing the informal information requests that passed between board members, staff, and those who participated. And Lauren will add in those details as she does every time. I was just capturing the action items on which the board took a more formal action. That was yesterday. Today, we established a quorum at 9:01. The board took a vote on agenda item 4, which was the operating permit schedule for the Clean Harbors Button Willow facility. The motion passed 4-0 with 1 abstention. Further, there were a number of information requests during our Exide agenda update that will be captured in the report, but there were no further agenda items until item 8, which was the approval of our minutes, passed with 3 votes and 2 abstentions. That's the summary, Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you so much. Lauren, is there anything that you would like to add to that?
I have a couple of items that came up as action items. I just kind of want to confirm while we have everybody here. I have a request from Senator Atkins. How are dry cleaners being tracked in the state? I have a request from Chair Rakestraw. The board would like to be involved in future tribal outreach and tours. I have another from Chair Rakestraw, would like to know what themes and takeaways the team is finding as source reduction reports are reviewed. I have another from Senator Atkins, would like to tour the solar turbines in San Diego with BTSC team and possibly the BES tech team, or at least a member from the tech team. I have a request from Member Brostrom on the number of public comments received for Clean Harbors Button Willow per Mr. Lawrence. There were 8, so that one is cleared. I have another from Member Brostrom. She would like a report out on the types of vapor being found under the Exide site and in residences. From Senator Atkins, I have, what is the best practice when it comes to curbs, gutters, and streets adjacent to the parkways? Are there any samplings of the roadways? For Member Brostrom, I have report back and share with the community what you can on the aggregate data. And again, for Member Brostrom, I have what kind of funding or other resources would DTSC require to potentially expand and do further cleanup even at the existing sites? That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Lauren. And for other board members' awareness, this is kind of the initial set of action items. Lauren will then go back and rewatch the meeting to make sure that she is capturing the requests from board members and then making sure that we're getting adequate responses on that. So that, oh yeah, please, Member Brostrom.
I think there was 2 more. One was to make public the presentations that were presented at the Coupa conference. And then there was a request for, maybe more conversation about how to more institutionalize the hazardous waste management plan, the thing that we tracking over time.
We do have, and I think Shana had circulated the Coupa slide, so I think we could do that internally without having to go back through DTSC.
Great. So unless there's any other comments, wraps up our board meeting. So we're now on item number 10, which is adjournment. So I'd like to first start off by thanking our 2 new board members. What a pleasure it was to have you join our board. Really, really appreciate your thoughtful preparation and contribution to our board meeting today. I'd also like to thank our board staff, without which our board would cease to operate, and the facilitation team, of course, for all of your work behind the scenes, making sure that our board meetings are operating. And they're listed on the slide now. So thank you so much all for your support. And also on behalf of the board, we'd like to thank Mayor Tamayo, the city manager Alvarez, and the Montebello City Council members and staff for hosting us here in their chambers here these past 2 days. They don't have to do it, and they've chosen to do so. We really appreciate that. That's very kind of them. So our next meeting here of this board is scheduled, I shouldn't say here, our next meeting of this board is scheduled for June 24th to June 25th. We will be back in the Los Angeles area at the DTSC Cypress office. We invite you to join us in person or on Zoom. So that concludes. Can I have a motion to adjourn? So moved. Do I have a second? Second. Gina?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. The meeting is officially adjourned at 1:26 p.m.